commissioners and witnesses, as well as I think Media 24 here. We want to start our process. The DC was supposed to manage the first part, is not here. However, let me welcome you heartily to this meeting, this hearing, so that we can proceed with hearing witnesses from those that have been requesting to do this for some time now. Feel free to share. The issue is really to understand the nature of the issues that are being presented to us, so that we can provide the same to the church for them to respond. So that is the real reason behind this. We listen to the witnesses, make inputs, and then we will then share this with the church and for the church to respond accordingly. There are no apologies as far as I've been told. The register will continue. Item number 2, the purpose is really to give an opportunity to the witnesses, these 5 witnesses that appear on the program, to present their side of the story, so that we have a fuller picture, as it were, to what was happening in KwaZizabantu. Without, maybe let me introduce commissioners that are here. We have Commissioner Mbele, Commissioner Buata, and Commissioner Dlamini, Commissioner Petu, and myself. So we've got 5 commissioners here, and we've got staff, Maureen representing the legal department, the communication, and of course, Natasha, the PA in my office. The CEO will join us later in this process. But this is how we are going to proceed. We will call the first witness, Dr. Dan Stricker, to make his presentation. We have received the affidavits that have been sent to us. Am I right, Biake? Biake?
Yeah. Yes, we have, Chair. We have received it.
Yes. And I know that one of the challenges was the other media houses to be part of this. And I think you may have informed them as well to link in if they so wish. There is nothing private here, because the previous process was public, so we allow the witnesses to make their statements in public as well. So we start with Dan Stricker. Is Dan Stricker around?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. Let me welcome you. And in terms of the process, Commissioner Buota would have to swear you in. Is Professor Commissioner Buota? Commissioner Buota? Commissioner Buota?
Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
Let me
Mr. Stricker, in terms of our act, I have to swear you in when it comes to these proceedings. If you'll please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, your name,
Daniel Stricker,
do hereby swear to tell the truth,
do hereby swear to tell the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we allow you, Mr. Stricker, to lead us through the process of sharing what you know, what you have experienced. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I just ask how much time I have approximately to speak?
How much time do you need? We gave you an hour.
Yeah, no, I think that an hour should be plenty. I'll probably leave a little bit of time at the end just so that we can have a dialogue as well. I think that might be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. No. Now, could I also just ask whether you have my written statement in front of you and whether people are familiar with that?
Yes, I think, let me check. Commissioners, you have the written statements? I think they do.
Yes, I've got.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes. So my name is Daniel Schricker. I'm 31 years old, and I have a PhD from the University of Adelaide. I have to apologize in advance if my voice is a little bit croaky and I cough. I actually have COVID at the moment, so I'm dealing with some of those symptoms. Recently, I've been spending quite a lot of time writing and speaking about KwaSizabantu. And this is first and foremost because I'm a former member. I only spent a comparatively small amount of time on the mission itself in South Africa, but I had dealings with branches outside of South Africa for all of my formative years. And so I would like to state at the outset that my intention with the submission is not to document instances of physical and sexual abuse. I did not experience either of these, thankfully, and as such, I will leave it to others to discuss these aspects of KwaSizabantu's history. My intention in speaking is to provide insight into the theological and psychological framework governing the worldview and belief system of KwaSizabantu. It is my considered opinion that the spiritual abuse fostering and driving other forms of abuse have as of yet not been discussed in the same amount of detail as the more tangible physical and sexual abuse allegations. It is also my opinion that understanding the theological framework is crucial in gaining insight into the psychological motivations of the leaders and the members of KwaSizabantu. You will see in the written submission that I sent through that I've divided the content into 4 categories, and I've roughly just categorized it under the headings of spiritual, psychological, sociological, and hierarchical abuse. I'm hoping primarily to help give a deeper understanding of the worldview that is governing the actions of members of KwaSizabantu, as I feel I understand this quite well. Now, I believe that the Commission is aware from testimonies that were given by members of KwaSizabantu in the past that at the center of their theology is this very important concept of confession of sin. So I would like to start by addressing that first. While I believe in confession of sin as a biblical concept, I'm fearful that KwaSizabantu's unique set of rules and ideology in relation to confession represent not only a radical departure from historical biblical teaching, but are psychologically and spiritually damaging. It is important to note that this doctrine of confession is a direct byproduct of a belief in the kind of God who is primarily vengeful and vindictive. Furthermore, it should be noted that the concept of sin within KwaSizabantu relates more to the breaking of the extra-biblical rules instituted by KwaSizabantu than it does to what the Bible defines as sinful. I believe this is where it crosses the line into psychological abuse, particularly in relation to children. KwaSizabantu explicitly and implicitly teaches that if your life is not kept pure through confession, you will not make it to heaven and will spend eternity in hell. This results in a psychological paradigm where children and adults alike are constantly kept in fear of themselves, of sin, and of God, placing them under significant psychological duress. The only solution offered by KwaSizabantu to this psychological duress is the ongoing confessional process whereby the individual feels compelled to confess each of their sins in front of one of the co-workers of the group. So allow me to present 11 points in relation to the confessional system, which constitutes, in my opinion, spiritual and psychological abuse. Number one, it is my contention that KwaSizabantu's doctrine of confession of sin in front of human beings in the form of their co-workers is central to their religious practice and constitutes a heretical departure from historical Protestant teaching. It has replaced faith alone in the atonement of Christ as the way of salvation and keeps people in fear as they are taught that every time they sin, they are under the judgment of God until they confess their sin to a human being. Secondly, it is my contention that the centrality of this doctrine is borne out by the alarming number of accounts by current members of KwaSizabantu that mention confession to a human being as the way of salvation rather than faith in Christ. It is my contention that the confessional system is rooted primarily in fear of a vindictive God, as KwaSizabantu fails in any meaningful sense to present God's love, compassion, grace, and benevolence. It is my contention that children have been indoctrinated with this teaching to such an extent that in some instances they fear eternal damnation when failing to abide by this rule. It is my contention that there is evidence to suggest that the leadership of Domino Savite, the school at KwaSizabantu, enforced this doctrine as policy, and that it created significant psychological distress for at least some of the students. It is my contention that notwithstanding the above point, that this doctrine has primarily been enforced through propaganda in the form of books about the revival, teaching in the form of sermons, and a collective groupthink which now exists as part of the psychological paradigm within the membership of KwaSizabantu. It is my contention that the administration of these types of confessional counseling sessions was done in such a way that common sense preventative measures to keep children safe from potential abusers were ignored. It is my contention that this confessional system opened up the potential for abuse by people in positions of power who used information shared in confidence against the people who confessed when it was advantageous in maintaining control. It is my contention that the confessional system obstructs people's relationship with God, making them unhealthily dependent on the leadership of KwaSizabantu. It is my contention that KwaSizabantu have created a unique vocabulary which refers to the act of confessing sins to human beings. Phrases like walking in the light, making your life right with God, going for counseling, purifying your life would all be examples of this. And finally, it is my contention that when enforced through policy and fear in the way that KwaSizabantu does, the confessional system amounts to spiritual and psychological abuse. Now, I have included in my submission quite a few quotations from KwaSizabantu members, from their website, from their YouTube channel, because I'm interested in depicting their worldview in their own words, as I think this goes a long way to explaining some of the problems even before hearing some of the allegations. So I want to now just perhaps read out a couple of those quotes. And so, for example, this is again from their website. So somebody saying, I felt the Lord wanted me to admit my sins before a child of God, but my pride kept me from this and I argued against it for many years. Another one says, through the revival message, God began to work in my life when I was 11 years old. He began with conviction of sin. I felt I needed to confess my sins, but did everything to try and avoid doing this. I would tell God I was sorry. I even made restitution with people I had wronged, but my burden was not lifted. I lived with this burden for approximately 2 years before I finally humbled myself and confessed my sins to a man of God. So there's many more quotes I could go through, but I think it serves to just highlight my contention that this type of confession really is quite distinct from evangelical Protestant teaching, even though KwaSizabantu will always claim that they are orthodox in their teaching. I think there is compelling evidence from the testimonies to suggest that this is not the case. Now, I want to focus specifically on one aspect of this as well, which is how this relates to the context of children growing up at KwaSizabantu. And I want to draw particular attention to the images I provided in my handout, which are screenshots from KwaSizabantu's most recent youth conference, which was held in December. The videos from which these images are taken are on KSB's YouTube channel, and they are definitive proof that the leadership of KwaSizabantu not only actively endorses this teaching, but indoctrinates it into their children to such an extent where we have one little girl expressing fears about eternal damnation if she is not able to go for confession quickly enough after committing a sin. Again, specifically confession to a human being. I hope that the Commission finds these images as troubling and disturbing as I do. It is also worth mentioning that there is credible evidence to suggest that, at least for part of its existence, Domino Savite School enforced confession of sins by students as school policy. Now, I want to draw attention to one other aspect of this process of confession at KwaSizabantu. Something that I believe has become clear in the previous testimonies of members of KwaSizabantu at the CRL hearings is a repeated refrain from members that the activities that they're engaging in, specifically ones that fall outside of the realm of the normative evangelical tradition, that they have all reached these beliefs of their own accord without any kind of group pressure or pressure from the leadership. And I want to submit to you that there is a kind of psychological groupthink taking place that has convinced people to arrive at identical conclusions while still believing that they are being individualistic in doing so. I've included a number of quotes from current members of KwaSizabantu to demonstrate this groupthink. And I want to read just four separate quotes. These are all from 4 individuals who published testimonies on the KwaSizabantu Lives part of their website. The first one says, "No one told me, but I knew very clearly that I had to confess my sins." The second one says, "Nobody forced me to confess my sin. Nobody told me to do it, but I knew it was the only way I would get victory over sin." The third one says, "Nobody even told me I was a sinner, but Jesus showed me himself that he wanted to purify my life. Step by step, I also felt the need to go to a counselor and ask for prayer, for forgiveness, for guiding." And finally, the fourth quote, "I learned the lesson of the importance of confession of sin and what precious treasures God could impart through this. No one forced me into this." So again, I want to submit to you that there is a psychological groupthink that has taken over where membership no longer feels that they can obtain forgiveness of sins through confession to God alone. I view this dependence on the leadership in facilitating forgiveness deeply worrying and disturbing. In terms of the effect of this doctrine, I want to share 2 quotes from former members who are talking about this aspect of confession. The first quote is the following. It says, "I grew up at KwaSizabantu in terror without realizing at the time how abnormal it was. The beatings, terrifying as they were, paled in comparison to the psychological abuse. I remember at age 5, hurrying to the window early every morning and looking at the sky, dreading that judgment day might have arrived and caught me with some unconfessed sin in my heart, which sin was defined by KwaSizabantu's leadership in a way that would essentially ensure that everybody always had some." The second quote comes from an article that was written about KwaSizabantu, and it says this: "The doctrine was simple. If you die with an unconfessed sin, you will burn for an eternity in hell. Of course, this would make most children constantly fear for their afterlives, whether they bought into it or not." So that's the first aspect of their theology that I wanted to highlight for the 2 reasons that I've already laid out. Firstly, this in no way resembles a orthodox Protestant teaching. This style of confession not only is so opens up so much potential for abuse by the leadership, but it has been condemned throughout Protestant church history. Now, the second aspect of the theology and the spiritual side of things that I want to focus on is the marriage laws and the laws surrounding courtship at KwaSizabantu. I'm going to assume that the members of the Commission are already somewhat familiar with the extensive laws governing courtship and marriage at KwaSizabantu, but I have provided a brief summary in my written statement. In essence, it is a system whereby members are prevented from having meaningful contact with the opposite sex prior to marriage on threat of severe punishment, expulsion, or ostracism. Allow me to go through my points as to why this system leads to spiritual and psychological abuse. It is my contention that the KwaSizabantu way of getting married is presented as the only correct biblical way of getting married. It is a practice they use to foster a sense of elitism and a shunning of former members who do not abide by this rule. It is my contention that the prohibition of normal friendships between the genders during childhood and adolescence leads to an unhealthy fear of attraction to the opposite sex, fear of romantic feelings in general, and fear of sexuality. I believe this ventured into the territory of emotional and psychological abuse. It is my contention that the virginity testing practiced at the mission should never have been instituted, as it was a clear violation of the humanity and dignity of the young girls. It is my contention that prohibiting couples from getting to know each other during courtship when of a marriageable age was emotionally and psychologically damaging, and in some cases was to the detriment of the resultant marriages. It is my contention that as a result of this system, some people may have been denied the chance to marry and have children. It is my contention that an unhealthy emphasis was placed on women as a source of temptation to men, where they were objectified and seen as the primary cause of sexual sin. It is my contention that acting on the belief system that God mystically showed each young man who to marry led to confusion and farce. This was especially true in instances where the same woman received multiple proposals from different men. It is my contention that proposals were often shrouded in an unnecessary amount of secrecy, to the point that women were instructed not to speak to their parents and other family members about receiving a proposal. It is my contention that parents have alienated their children for failure to marry the KwaSizabantu way. It is my contention that interracial marriages were forbidden at KwaSizabantu based only on the opinion of Alo Stegen. There was no biblical warrant for it. And finally, it is my contention that the courtship system left people open to abuse in a way that would have not been the case had they been allowed to get to know each other prior to marriage. And I want to just read out a quote which comes from quite a recent sermon, which was an engagement service held at KwaSizabantu in October 2021. And the preacher says this: "You saw how Reverend Stegen stood between the couple as they got engaged. The future bridegroom did not put the ring on the future bride's finger. He did not touch her. Remember that this is their engagement, not their marriage. There is a difference between an engagement and a marriage. There has been no flirting and no messages have been sent between these two people. Today I will focus on how this way of engagement is based on biblical principles. This is not an institution of man, nor a custom or ritual of KwaSizabantu Mission. It is founded on God's word. I will compare today's engagement to the ancient ways in which the Israelites got engaged," end quote. So I highlight that quote specifically to point out that KwaSizabantu have put themselves in a position where this appears to be well, more than appears, it is the only acceptable way to get married, because they have equated it with the only correct interpretation of Scripture, even though this departs very far from Protestant evangelical church history and tradition. And once again, allow me just to share a quote from a current testimony on the KwaSizabantu website to demonstrate just some of the thinking that is going on in relation to courtship and marriage and how central this is within their worldview. These testimonies, I should add, are actually written in order to prove a positive message about this particular doctrine, but even so, I think it's insightful. So this person says, "I was also greatly blessed to be able to enter into my marriage in a pure way. I saw many people around me go through terrible heartbreak from multiple relationships that did not work out. Their emotional baggage was temporarily lifted when they found Mr. Right, only to discover that it was another Mr. Wrong. Subsequently, their emotional burden would become unbearable once again. Some even became troubled with suicidal ideation. I know I would have experienced similar pain had God not been merciful in showing me a different way. I married my husband knowing without a doubt that he was the man God had for me. I did not have to try things out first. The first time I held his hand was on our wedding day. The foundation of our marriage was purity and assurance of being within God's will. I am eternally grateful for this firm foundation. I wish to point out that I was not forced to marry in such a way. Had I wished to go about things differently, I could have easily done so. but in the depths of my heart, I knew this was God's way, and I didn't want to make a mistake in this area of my life. Now, I want to just note a couple of things about this particular quote. There's a distinct sense of elitism and fear surrounding other ways of getting married that is being expressed by this person, and I believe this is representative of the position of many of the members of KwaSizabantu, where they've been taught that other ways of courtship and marriage are going to be spiritually, emotionally, psychologically devastating for them. I also just, I would actually dispute the notion that this person had the freedom to get married a different way very easily, because I happen to know the person and knew her for many years, and I don't believe that that was actually the case. Now, I want to add that in addition to the aforementioned concerns, I'm convinced that KwaSizabantu is using these extra-biblical rules relating to courtship specifically to foster an elitism and sectarianism that is deeply unhealthy and alarming. I personally know people who have not had their family members at their weddings because these individuals had left KwaSizabantu and chosen to get married in a more normal fashion. When an extra-biblical rule becomes the grounds for shunning family and friends, it points to an extremely toxic cultic mentality within the group. Within KwaSizabantu, to hold hands with somebody of the opposite sex or go on a coffee date is akin to sexual immorality, and in their worldview, this justifies shunning such a person. This is not normal Christianity. In the 4 essays I wrote, which I have provided you with, I have demonstrated that this results in severe emotional and psychological distress for adolescents as they move through puberty and come to terms with their sexuality. I also want to add that it is a serious indictment of KwaSizabantu's doctrine that by their own reasoning, many of the most serious Christians who did the most good for the church throughout history would have been excommunicated for the way they got married, had they had the misfortune of being placed in the context of KwaSizabantu Mission. Now, I want to move on to part 2, speaking about psychological abuse. And I was wondering whether perhaps an easier way of doing this, because the main part of my submission in regards to this were the 4 essays I wrote. Now, these were the essays on the role of fear in the theology and practices of KwaSizabantu, and particularly looking at the psychological implications for children. And I trust that the essays were detailed enough to be self-explanatory, but just in summary, let me just state the 4 contentions that I'm making in them. It is my contention that KwaSizabantu has committed spiritual and psychological abuse by depicting God as almost exclusively vengeful, with a failure to adequately represent his love, grace, and compassion. Secondly, it is my contention that KwaSizabantu has committed spiritual and psychological abuse by fostering an unhealthy fear of authority in relation to children. This includes the unnecessarily stringent and often arbitrary rules and the horrifying punishments dealt to children who failed to keep these rules. It is my contention that KwaSizabantu has committed spiritual and psychological abuse by fostering an unhealthy fear of self in children. This includes instilling an unhealthy fear of emotion, personality, critical thinking, and sexuality. And finally, it is my contention that KwaSizabantu has committed spiritual and psychological abuse by instilling in children a fear of the outside world, the world outside of KwaSizabantu, that is, leaving them unprepared to effectively face the challenges of normal life outside the confines of the mission if they choose to leave. Now, in the 3rd section, which I've labeled sociological abuse, I've used the BITE model, the well-known BITE model of Dr. Stephen Hassan, to do just a superficial assessment of whether KwaSizabantu meets the criteria to accurately be labeled a cult or a high-control religious group. And I'm not going to go through all of the details of that, because I trust you have the written statement there in front of you. And this whole question of whether KwaSizabantu is a cult has, of course, been one of the dominant recurring threads throughout all of the hearings and the exposure of the mission. And it is an important question to answer for obvious reasons. Now, I want to just highlight a few points in relation to the 4 elements of control that Dr. Hassan uses to assess whether a group is in danger of developing cultic behavior. And so, for example, on the subject of behavioral control, just two examples that I'll focus on. I believe the virginity testing that was conducted at KwaSizabantu is an example of behavioral control that has existed in the past. I know they've stopped the practice now. Secondly, I would also say that many of the rules surrounding the dress code, the hairstyle, the prohibitions surrounding courtship, and the shunning of people who leave constitute current examples of behavioral control at the mission. So, I mean, even at first glance, there's some rather obvious things that jump out at you if you engage with people from KwaSizabantu in relation to their lifestyle, particularly with their clothing and hairstyle and things like that. And again, I would argue that this has gone further than just following the prescriptions of biblical principles. Secondly, on the topic of information control, one of the criteria that Dr. Hassan gives under this heading of information control is the unethical use of confession. Now, I've laid out in some detail the confessional system, and I trust that speaks for itself. Additionally, there were prohibitions surrounding things like television and movies. And finally, I would argue that the policy found in the Domino Civite school handbook at certain points relating to children having to expose the faults of others would classify as a type of information control that was taken to an extreme, which was detrimental to the social bonds of the children. On the subject of thought control, I've already mentioned the groupthink, specifically in relation to confession. I would say that this is true of the way of getting married too. I believe it is the case that KwaSizabantu does not allow thoughts that question or oppose the deeply held beliefs of the mission, as to do so is regarded as opposing God and the revival that they were allegedly granted. I have seen examples from members of KSB where former members who speak out have been labeled as satanic, immoral, or money hungry. There is a documented incident in a News 24 article which alleges that a 12-year-old boy was beaten 35 times with a red pipe for asking one of his friends who had created God. I cannot verify this personally, but if true, this certainly constitutes thought control. And finally, on the subject of emotional control, in my essays, I discuss the fear that was felt by some children and teenagers in relation to attraction to the opposite sex as they progress through adolescence. And I'd like to just share one quote from a former member. This was given in an interview with a TV channel, I believe. And he says, with regards to having feelings for someone when you start becoming a teenager, you feel bad and you feel that it's the worst thing, the worst sin you've done when you have feelings for someone and you have a crush on someone. You've got to go and see a counselor and you tell the counselor, I like this girl. And the counselor will say, do you have a relationship with her? And you say, no, I like the girl. And then he'll pray because it's the biggest sin you can have. And that's all you know growing up. I would also like to highlight the fact that KwaSizabantu currently have a testimony of a young lady on their website who claims that she gave herself to Satan in order to help her overcome anger problems. It is not my intention to discredit this young lady in any way or her sincerity, but it is alarming to me that adolescents using these sorts of unhealthy coping mechanisms in relation to normal human emotions are seemingly not of concern to the leadership at KwaSizabantu. Now, the next section, which I want to talk about just a little bit, is the practice of shunning and how this falls into the broader category of exclusivism and the splitting of families at KwaSizabantu. So I want to share a few quotes from a number of sources just on this subject, beginning with a quote from the leader, Al-Oshteg, who said this in a sermon: That is why it is madness when suddenly somebody departs. For a person to leave revived Christians is senseless. If he says that God leads him out, the devil is his God. Christians who are of one heart and one soul, and then one does not work together, don't have anything to do with such a person until he acknowledges his senseless deeds and repents. One doesn't even have to pray about this to ask the Lord to show you whether the man is right or not. We should be of one heart and one soul. And how much energy don't we save through this? We can fly much further, the work can expand, end quote. In an article for Newsframe, a former member said the following, quote, "We were told relentlessly that there is only one way to God, and that is the KwaSizabantu way. All other churches and other ways of worshipping are not right. There is only one way, and that is the KSB way. We never had any real contact with my family, as none of them went to the KwaSizabantu Mission. They were deemed to be heathens, and we had to keep away from them. If a person left the mission, they were referred to as having fallen and having backslid, and we were not allowed to talk to or see that person again. Leaving the mission wasn't just turning your back on it, it was turning your back on God." And one other quote from an interview which was given to Galaxy Universal Network, which was posted on their Facebook page. This is from a former member who says, and I quote, "I would actually say it's a cult. There's not a legitimate reason to leave KwaSizabantu. And that is a big sign of a cult. Instead, they'll tell you about how bad it is outside of there, how sinful it is, and how you're going to fail out there. As soon as you leave KwaSizabantu, people don't want to talk to you anymore. They don't want to help you. They don't want to support you. If you are in KwaSizabantu and you're seen speaking to someone who was previously a member of KwaSizabantu, you are going to come under immense pressure by the leadership," end quote. And finally, I want to just quote from an article which is on a website called KSB Alert, which is a website that has existed for quite a number of years now, and is dedicated to exposing some of the practices and beliefs of KwaSizabantu. And this article says this, and I quote, "Co-workers who leave and inquire why they are ostracized, to the extent that family members and close relatives at the mission are not allowed to attend the weddings of children and grandchildren and are not allowed to visit them, etc., are given as reason that they have left the way, meaning not Jesus Christ as the way, but the KSB way. This is an unchristian attitude and principle of the KSB leadership, clearly demonstrating the belief that to leave KSB is to leave the true Christian faith, and thus to be outside of God's will and salvation. This constitutes a sectarian attitude on the part of KSB," end quote. Now, in the final section, I want to focus just a little bit on what I've called hierarchical abuse, but what I mean by that is really just the failure of the leadership, the current leadership, to address the situation that KwaSizabantu find themselves in currently. It is my opinion that they have not responded adequately and meaningfully to the serious allegations that they faced over the last 2 years. And I believe this points to a problem in the leadership structure. So firstly, my contention is a refusal by the leadership of KwaSizabantu to adequately address the serious allegations made against them. To say that leadership's response to the CRL and in media interviews has been discouraging would be an understatement. Point 2, a seeming refusal to place themselves within the broader evangelical landscape in South Africa to ensure that the leadership of the mission has outside structures to which they are accountable. A refusal to acknowledge the elitism which pervades their entire belief system due to their attempt to cling to the notion of revival. A refusal to take adequate steps in dealing with aspects of abuse which they have admitted to. For example, the vicious beating of children as stated in the independent panel report, which they commented on publicly in a YouTube video. A failure to follow the example of what was formerly a KwaSizabantu branch in Switzerland, who have very recently publicly acknowledged that KwaSizabantu's theology fostered a toxic environment of fear and led to abuse of children. A failure to demonstrate properly that their concern for the alleged victims outweighs their concern for continued profits from the businesses operating at the mission. A failure by the leadership to be transparent about the level of the exclusiveness at the mission. For example, they have attempted to use the fact that they invite outside ministers to the conferences to speak as proof that they are not cultic in nature. What they are neglecting to mention, though, is that the membership would still be vilified if they left KwaSizabantu to pursue their faith in a different church setting, as this would be seen as departing the KwaSizabantu way. A failure to adequately accept responsibility for the harmful beliefs and practices which were systemic. Another defense by the leadership regarding the practices of beatings and virginity testing is to assign blame to the parents within the organization. This entirely misses the point and is a reprehensible response on their part. As guardians of children, in the context of the school, they had a duty of care towards the children. Their utter failure to safeguard the physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual well-being of the children is something for which they must be held to account. So that concludes the sections that I wanted to go through, and I wanted to open it up to just having more of a dialogue, especially because I haven't really had time to delve into the essays that I wrote, and I wasn't sure whether there were questions that existed surrounding those.
Is it Dr. Striker?
Stricker.
Stricker. Yeah, you have your PhD now, isn't it?
Yes, I've got a PhD.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll address you as Dr. Stricker, okay?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, we have had a very elaborate presentation from Dr. Stricker on his contention. He contends a number of things here. And the document of his contention lies before us. He takes us through the whole theological and ethical orientation of the mission, and he shows where there are difficulties or challenges, and how some of those areas are teased, as it were. They are teased by him. Let me just check if there are commissioners that seek to ask questions of clarification.
Sure.
Yeah, so that because really ours is to begin to understand the type of issues that emanated from there. And maybe let me start here by saying that you were a member in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes, so I actually grew up in Europe initially, so my exposure to them in the first part of my life was their European conferences. In 1996, we moved to the mission station in South Africa for 6 months, and my mother worked at Radio Kwezi, and my sisters attended Domino Savite. And later, I was part of KwaSizabantu Australia for almost 10 years. I was also back on the mission station in 2005 for a short time, at which time I was there for their youth conference.
So you understand the mission very well.
I think so, yes. I mean, both because I've studied it from an academic point of view, but of course I grew up in the system, so I was raised to believe all of these things.
Okay. Let me just check the other commissioners. I see Commissioner Botha.
Hi, Prof. Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions I want to ask. I just seeing as your exposure was both the European leg as well as the South African leg. Obviously, the virginity testing, did that take place in Europe as well as within South Africa, or was that unique to KwaSizabantu in KZN?
I believe that was unique to South Africa, KwaSizabantu. I don't think they legally would have been able to get away with it in Europe. Okay,
now we do know that virginity testing is a cultural practice within the Zulu culture. In your evaluation of the practice that was taking place within KwaSizabantu, did you take that into consideration as well, seeing as that it was a cultural practice?
I have. The reason I'm unconvinced by that as a reasonable defense on their part is that I have it on good authority from somebody who experienced it, that they departed quite far from the cultural traditions which govern the practice in Zulu culture. So I don't really want to speak for the women that actually experience this, and I'm hoping there'll be people that speak to you who can shed more light on it. But I would also like to say this. I am not convinced that even if it's a part of any particular culture, that it is therefore justified from a Christian standpoint. And the reason I have concerns about that as a defense from KwaSizabantu is the fact that there were plenty of cultural elements that they dispensed with. I mean, one could argue that dating is a cultural practice in our day and age, and they've never adopted that. So I'm not sure that that actually explains their primary motivation for instituting it as practice at the mission. I believe that it arose more from their paranoia surrounding sexual purity and abstinence.
Can you then explain why certain groups weren't subject to it and others were? Because we've specifically been told that it was more the black students that were exposed to the practice than the white students.
Again, I would probably have to defer to somebody who actually went through the experience. My understanding is that it was limited to the black Zulu children, because that way there would be some element in which they could justify it by, you know, hiding behind it as cultural practice. I'm also not sure that they would have gotten away with it as far as some of the white parents were concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Chair, my hand is.
Yes, Commissioner Mbele.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to commissioners, good morning to the staff, and good morning to our guest, Daniel.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm reading in your submission the first part where you're articulating, you know, that you live and you understand, you know, your experience in KwaSizabantu. Maybe my question would want to zoom into your own personal experience during those years, as mentioned on the first paragraph. On your early years in KwaSizabantu, what were they? I understand when going down, also touching on others, but I'm zooming into you in those first experience, your experience in KwaSizabantu.
Okay. Are you happy for me to include my experiences with branches of KwaSizabantu outside of South Africa as well, or would you like me to restrict it just to the mission station in KwaZulu-Natal?
Maybe KwaZulu-Natal. You may maybe later, but my interest is more on the branch at KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, I understand. Probably the best thing I can speak about. So when I was there in 2005, I was 14 years old at the time, and I was there for their mid-year youth conference. Now, one of the elements that I touch on in my essays is a practice which I consider to have been psychological abuse of children, where they were showing children incredibly violent, distressing films. And during my time there in 2005 at the youth conference, one of the films that was shown was Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ. Now, unfortunately, I can't state with precision how young the children would have been at the youngest. I know I was under the age of 15 and that there were children younger than myself present. I can say that with certainty. And looking back on that experience as an adult, I think there was an inadequate consideration by the leadership of KwaSizabantu to take into account the potential psychological trauma that violent images in the form of these movies could do to young children. When I was at KwaSizabantu in 1996, when I was 5 years old, I'm told that the only reason I was spared being shown a film called The Burning Hell was because the man who'd organized the screening for me happened to be killed in a car accident the day beforehand. So that's something I can highlight just from personal experience, where I believe this is a serious violation of the psychological well-being of children, to have them confronted with images which is not age appropriate. In some contexts, like the youth conference, many of the children were there without their parents present as well, which is concerning to me.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. You raised the issue of cult. Would you say that KwaZizabantu is a cult or practices cult behavior?
Yes, I would. I think I know there's going to be some debate about that. I know that the term itself is sometimes even difficult to define exactly. The reason I would give for saying that it can justifiably be called a cult is for the four elements that I've outlined in my submission, where they're engaging in behavior, information, thought, and emotional control to a level that is abusive and unhealthy. It extends far beyond normative Christian experience in most churches. And then the two other points that I would bring forward in favor of the view that KwaZizabantu is a cult is that there is an unhealthy allegiance, a blind allegiance, I would say, to Stegen. And then, of course, the other practice, which I've already highlighted, this idea that if you lead KwaZizabantu, you will face being shunned by even your immediate family in some cases. That is not the mark of a healthy church. That's the mark of a cult.
Let me just that point. You say unhealthy allegiance to who?
Stegen, the leader.
Yes. And then further, I think I just want to hear that thought. Just complete that thought for me. Unhealthy allegiance to Stegen and.
My point was just that I believe that one of the marks of a cult is where the leader is deified or revered to an extent that is unhealthy, where there's no longer any sense of questioning his opinions or ideas. And I've seen that happening at KwaZizabantu. One example just of this is that there was pretty clear documented evidence in the independent report that they released that the leadership is either completely ignorant or deliberately being deceptive about the fact that Arlo has dementia, which is pretty clearly documented elsewhere. So things like a refusal to recognize the normal aging process of a leader where his cognitive faculties are no longer functioning, that makes me concerned that they're viewing him in a cultic way, in the sense that he's more than just a human being. You know?
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Any commissioner inputs?
Chair?
Yes.
Okay. May I take this opportunity again and maybe trying to ask clarity question to Mr. Daniel?
Yes, please.
Thank you. My question is on your page 3, on your first line, part 1, theological and spiritual abuse. Page 3. You write, I am of the belief that the theological framework which underpins the entire Sizabantu is one that fosters spiritual abuse. During the time when you were at KwaSizabantu, in any way or anyhow, have you yourself experienced this without writing from the experience of others, but yourself? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, I would say that my understanding of God as a direct result of the teaching of KwaSizabantu was almost exclusively a figure to be feared. There was no understanding. I can remember only one sermon at KwaSizabantu that was on the compassion of Jesus, and it was given by Dr. Piet Botha, who, as I'm sure you know, is now very outspoken against the mission. So yeah, in that sense, I can also personally attest to the fact that the confessional system as the way of salvation had a very detrimental effect on me psychologically, and created and fostered a lot of fear in my life, particularly during my teenage years.
Okay. All right. Yes, Commissioner.
Maybe I just wanted to understand that, because when we say it fosters the spiritual abuse, that's a very deep thing when you talk about spiritual abuse. It's unlike you talking about a physical scar that you see may disappear. You know, when you talk about spiritual abuse, you're talking about the wholeness of one, you know, and maybe my questioning as well is to try to understand at that time and to now, because as we go further, you is sending us images that I saw that if you do not confess, you go to hell. And these are
Right.
young kids that you show us that if you do not confess, you go to hell. So what does it do to a young kid, to the older person that you are today? As you mentioned that you are 31 in years, from 14
That's right.
to this now. How have you managed, you know, in terms of healing yourself and all that? What does it do? Because for me, it becomes deep rooted. This is who I am. If I sin, I go to hell.
That's right. And you know, speaking honestly, I can't say that I've completely overcome the fear of God that they instilled in me as a child and as a teenager. I think it, as you point out, I think this type of spiritual abuse becomes so deeply embedded that it's incredibly hard to reset your thinking when it's been imprinted in your formative years. So I've had a number of years of Christian counseling and things like that. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say that I've ever entirely overcome that.
Thank you.
Okay. So the scar that you talked about is still with you, although albeit the counseling that you have gone through, there are still some flashes, so to speak, of the
Right. I think
yeah.
yeah, I think in my case it's probably because I tend to approach things academically and objectively. There's a sense in which I have an intellectual understanding of what was wrong about KwaSizabantu teaching certain things about God, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the emotions and the psyche correspond to what you know to be true intellectually, if that makes sense, you know, because there's still trauma that exists there.
Now, your observation, after the story broke out and the testimonies went through in the public space, and up to now, are you observing any change in the organization, in the mission, the way they practice after these discussions?
Not to my knowledge. If anything, I'm concerned that they're actually becoming a little bit more strict in enforcing the rules, because I think they're fearful that, you know, other people are going to question and leave the mission and things like that. So, for example, the quote that I gave where the preacher really clearly spent an entire sermon articulating why they have to get married this very unique way. I never actually recall hearing a sermon like that myself when I was at KwaSizabantu or in its affiliated circles. So I'm also, this is kind of a unique situation for KwaSizabantu in the sense that this is the first time in the last, I would say maybe 3 or 4 years that Alo Stegen has, you know, not been able to effectively lead the group because he's aging and has very clearly developed dementia. So I'm not entirely sure how that's going to affect the leadership structure once he passes away in particular.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Botha?
Hi, Doctor. I just want to ask a question. You know, we are going to be listening to the other side of the story, and there might be an argument put forward that says the fear of God from a theological point of view is the beginning of the wisdom of God. And how would you define the difference between that sort of a theological teaching and the fear that KwaSizabantu is putting across?
So I think there's two problems with it. Firstly, the fear of God, as I understand it theologically, there's a distinct change in the nature of that once somebody becomes a Christian, according to Christian theology, because you are no longer under the judgment of God once you become a Christian. That is the teaching throughout Scripture. Now, KwaSizabantu keeps that fear going, even in the lives of believers, because they don't, in any sense, represent the concept of justification by faith. So they essentially teach that every time you sin, you're back under the judgment of God. So there's a sense in which even as a Christian, you can never really measure up enough to feel like God is pleased with you. And secondly, then, is just the other thing that I mentioned previously, which is the fear of God in most healthy Christian circles is also balanced with the love of God and the compassion of Christ. I see that completely lacking on the part of KwaSizabantu. So you're getting this very, very one-sided view of God's character. And I think when the anger and the judgment of God is focused on to the exclusion of his grace and compassion, then I think it crosses the line into really becoming psychologically and spiritually problematic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Mbele?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think for me, I'll go to your part 2, paragraph number 3, where you talk about it is my contention that KwaSizabantu has committed spiritual and psychological abuse by fostering an unhealthy fear of self in children. You go further, and your last end was and sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
I think my question would be based on the constitutional rights of children, as we know that under section 27, of the Constitution, which provides the rights, one to make free and responsible decision and choices about their own body. And
Mm-hmm.
now I'm trying to marry this one, to say at what level, as you put it in here, that it may have, they may have been abused in the sense. So I'm not sure whether it would be right to say within the Constitution itself, how do I harmonize with the religious space, where when you talk about the fear that includes their sexuality, on the other side you have the Constitution with the provision that they have the right to make the free and responsible decision and their choices about their own body. That's what the Constitution says.
Right. Sorry, what were you wanting me to comment on specifically?
The harmonizing, maybe the understanding, in your understanding, because it is your intention that they may have been abused. I'm not sure the abuse is taken from the right being enshrined in the Constitution, or it's just the right of these young children.
Yeah, what I'm referring to primarily there is more in an emotional and psychological sense, that I believe there are normal parts of the children's humanity that is essentially being portrayed as sinful by KwaSizabantu, which puts them in a position where they are constantly fearful of a particular part of themselves because they believe that this will place them under the judgment of God. So I remember as a teenager myself really struggling with the whole idea of attraction to the opposite sex, because I felt that this disqualified me from God's grace, essentially. So that's what I'm referring to specifically with that.
Okay, because I would have gone further to say you would want therefore to say or allege that they may have been refused to have access to any reproduction health rights, health, that you have the right, for your sexual and reproductive health.
Right. Yeah, it's probably, I suspect there would be other people who can share more insight into that aspect of things. Partly just because some of it, I think, was worse for the girls as well, like, for example, in the case of the virginity testing.
In one of your paragraphs, you mentioned that women were looked at as being the one that are sinful.
Right.
If I hear it clearly. Why? How does that come about?
I believe that came about simply because that's what was emphasized in the preaching. I believe it originated probably with the ideas of Alois Stegen and then was taken on by the leadership as a whole. I'm not 100% sure other than that. It's just a recurring theme that as I was investigating their sermons, even some of their recent sermons, it was quite apparent to me that women were often assigned blame in the context of sexual sin within their teaching.
Okay. And in one also, you're writing, you say it would have been looked as a sin if you have a crush as a young person to someone else. Whilst when you look at in terms of the sexual and reproduction health right, it speaks on your emotions, because that includes, obviously, you would feel that crush towards someone because it has emotions on it.
Mm-hmm.
So was this experienced by every young person in the space in KwaSizabantu, including young men or boys as well?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for every single individual, but I would say that it was systemic, where it would have been felt by, in my opinion, the majority of people growing up there. It certainly would have been felt by young men. I myself remember, struggling with that concept, when you're going through puberty and just experiencing the normal emotions and having trouble reconciling that with the teaching of KwaSizabantu specifically.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. My last question is, in your presentation, you made mention that the theological and doctrinal position of KwaSizabantu is not consistent or in line with the Protestant doctrines.
That's right.
What do other Protestant communities say internationally about what is taking place in KwaSizabantu? And responding to your writing, for instance, what do they say? Are they saying the same thing, that this is inconsistent, this is unbiblical, or this is only your viewpoint from an academic point of view?
Well, you would probably find both. I believe there's credible sources that have reached the same conclusions as myself. I would point to people like Albert Pilon, Dr. Pierre Borsha, who have written extensively on the theology of KwaSizabantu, far more extensively than I have, who are essentially saying the same things that I am, where they're highlighting not only the misrepresentation of the character of God, but the faulty understanding of the gospel itself, which is presented at KwaSizabantu. And my contention, and I believe that of other people, is that this confessional system that I've described has essentially completely replaced the idea of Christ's atonement as the way of salvation, even though they would superficially, subscribe to it if you press them on it. But in terms of practice, in terms of what's actually happening, I think you can make a compelling case that it's not central to their belief system, which, in my opinion, just marks a complete departure from Christian teaching.
Is confession unbiblical? If not, how can it be used in a manner that does not issue in controlling people the way you have just described?
I believe confession of sin is absolutely biblical, but I would say that the emphasis of Scripture is that confession is between the sinner and God through the mediatorship of Christ. I see it as extremely problematic that, within that God-ordained path, so to speak, they've added this element that another human being needs to mediate in some sense. So yeah, my main issue with the confessional system in terms of a departure from Protestant Christianity is mostly the presence, that it needs to be done in the presence of other human beings, and also that I think that a lot of the confession is based around people feeling guilty over breaking the rules of KwaSizabantu, not necessarily things that would be accepted as sinful by the wider evangelical community.
Finally, do you think it is the role of the state to direct the doctrinal belief systems of religious organization, or it is religious organization themselves who must call out the section that is inconsistent with the doctrinal belief system?
That's a difficult question to answer. I mean, ordinarily, as long as there was an appropriate structure of leadership in place within any given religious organization, where there was a sense of accountability for the leaders, then I would probably say that, you know, it can be dealt with internally to some extent. Where there is no accountability, and particularly when the false teaching ventures into the territory of abuse of any kind, there I think it's probably appropriate for outside institutions to get involved to make sure that the religious practice is being regulated on some level.
Do you think it will be useful for the Commission to invite scholars on the subject who belong to KZ, to the religion that KwaZizabantu is practicing, on the issue of the doctrinal imperative, so that we have some kind of direction? Because the purpose of the Commission is not to close a religious organization, is to make sure that it does what is biblical, and it assists communities, and it creates peace and coexistence of its members. Where that does not happen, then it creates something else. Now, would you support a situation where scholars that like yourself and others could actually broach the issue of the psychological, theological, the ethical imperative of this religion, so that really it must serve the purpose for which it's created?
Sorry, are you saying that should people from outside the mission get involved in the sense of approaching the leadership of KwaSizabantu to try and affect some change? Is that what you're getting at?
No. I'm saying that KwaSizabantu is a member to other religious communities of the same type. For example, you said you were in Australia, KwaSizabantu in Australia. There's KwaSizabantu in Germany, maybe in other places, and things like that. Given what is actually happening in your argument, would that require scholars from these different areas to say, no, maybe let's put our thinking together to assist this sister church?
I don't see that that's going to be a realistic scenario that plays out, partly because I don't think that the leadership at KwaSizabantu South Africa has ever demonstrated that they're approachable in that sense. And secondly, I think it's important to note that most of the European and the Australian branch of KwaSizabantu have actually cut ties with them in the last 2 years. And a part of that has been precisely because of theological disagreements. So they've actually felt the need to separate themselves rather than to try and affect some kind of reform.
Okay. Thank you. I see Commissioner Botha. I want us to come to a close, Commissioners.
It's a historical hand, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Kama?
Thank you, Chair. I think this will be last for me. Mr. Daniel, can we go to page 18 on the second paragraph, it is the second, but it would be the third, which starts with part 2, fear of authority.
Yeah.
After the italic one, this one, you submit that the adults, you know, which you state that parents, teachers, co-workers, preachers, and other parents, you know, are placed in authority over the children, are essentially the representative of KwaSizabantu, vindictive God on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just unpack that, what you mean by saying that, vindictive God on earth? So what actually are you talking about? Specifically, you're mentioning these figures, parents, teachers, co-workers, and preachers, and other parents being vindictive gods on God on earth.
Yeah, although I would probably include the next the next sentence, just where I say I should state at the outset that I do not believe all the adults and parents to be inherently sadistic. So I am qualifying that statement. What I mean by that is that I believe that the authority structure that was put in place as far as the children was concerned consisted of two things, which was a direct reflection of their view of God. You had a God that was primarily a deity to be feared because he had the capacity to punish, and he was primarily a deity to be feared because he had a long list of rules that needed to be abided by in order to stay, you know, out of his judgment. And I believe that model was essentially applied to the children by the adults, you know, whether it was teachers at the school or in some cases parents as well, where, you know, you had these very, very strict rules that were imposed on the children. And then you also had this, you know, these many allegations of very severe punishments for minor misdemeanors. So that's what I mean by that. I think it was a reflection of their theological worldview playing out in a practical sense in the way that they treated their children.
Okay, maybe this is the final one. Does it touch on the issues of that's why there was a need for them to confess everything that they may think about, or whomever, a friend that have said to the child of God, because you also mentioned that they were seen as well as the child of God.
Sorry,
isn't because they represent God on earth, or they are a form of God on earth?
Yeah, in terms of the confessional system, it's hard to know exactly. I don't believe that they would go so far as to say that the person you're confessing your sins to is somehow standing in the place of Christ as mediator. It was more presented as that it was necessary to have a witness to pray for you in the context of confessing your sins. But having said that, the sins still needed to be confessed out loud to the person. It wasn't just that you could pray privately and then that person prayed with you. So I'm not even sure if KwaSizabantu fully would, you know, understand what the role of the counselor is. It's just that it became the way of doing things.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Though there's so much that one would have wanted some clarity, because of time, I think it's okay for now.
Thank you so much. And I really want to thank Dr. Stricker for the insights he has shared with us, I think broadly on the theoretical front, ethical front, psychological front, sociological front, just to understand a bigger layout of what the issues are. And we will, of course, interact with the church and raise and bring this to attention and hear what they have to say. And thank you so much for availing yourself.
Thank you for giving me the chance to share.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. We now go to the next witness.
Chair, I'm welcoming her. I'm welcoming the next person in.
Okay, you are welcoming.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes because she was
Okay.
due to come in at past.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Okay.
We go to Erika Bowman.
She's joining, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will let you know once she has joined.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like she has joined, Chair.
She has joined. Thank you so much. Good morning, Erika.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, and you?
No, thank you so much. We are happy that the moment you requested to give your side of the story, we felt it's important before we have a conversation with the church for you to do this.
Thank you.
Because we just felt at some point you would say, you have not given us a chance, so to say our side of the story. We give you this chance so that we will also be able to give the chance to the church to respond to what you have to say now. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Apologies for my background. I've been trying to figure out how to change it. This is my work background.
No problem. No problem.
Let me quickly see if I can turn it off. Apply. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for this. It came upon me quite suddenly, so I'm not quite as prepared as I would have wanted to be. But I have a lot to get through, so let me start going. Yes. So, well, very briefly, I got involved with KwaSizabantu around the age of 8 or 9 when my parents got drawn to the place and eventually joined. They left. I'm the youngest of 3 siblings. You heard from my sister Hannah Pretorius in October or November 2020. She is still at the mission, as is my mother. My parents left us there when I was around 9 or 10 years old for 10 months. My mother came back after 10 months. My dad came back after a year. They went to France to learn French. My dad was a missionary. We were all born in Malawi, and he wanted to do mission work to the French-speaking countries in Africa. That was my first real introduction to KwaSizabantu, and at the age of 10, I started wetting my bed. I now know as an adult that that is a sure sign that there is something wrong. The fact of the matter is I was terror-struck. My one friend was caught at the age of 8. She had stolen some Wilson toffees. Another child saw her and told someone, and she was called in, and they brought in this big, huge butcher's knife. And Jenny Christmas, who you heard from also in 2020, was conducting this meeting. And she said, no, a beating doesn't seem to be enough. We were all gathered, all the children and a lot of co-workers. And she instructed David Jata to go and get a butcher's knife. And when she returned, she said the knife or the pipe, because in the Old Testament, it says that thieves have their hands cut off. The important thing here, though, is that I was horrified. I wasn't allowed to show emotion, but I did not question their right to cut off the hand of a child, because everything they did was ordained by God. Besides, my parents had left me there, so they were obviously supportive of what happened. I don't think they would have been, but I never told them. So terror was instilled in me from when I started living at KwaSizabantu at that very young age. They would show us movies like The Burning Hell with graphic depictions. You've heard about this from others. Graphic depictions of people burning in hell, maggots crawling out of their eyes. We didn't have television or radio or magazines. The outside world wasn't allowed to intrude on the life at KwaSizabantu. And even before we joined KwaSizabantu, we didn't have a television at home. So as a 9-year-old child and the other children there as well, I didn't understand that this was someone's depiction of what they thought hell was like. For me, this was real. And they kept telling us this was real. And if we didn't do what they said we must do, and if we allowed even one tiny sin without confessing it, you've heard about confession, then we would be going straight to hell. I lived in terror, in absolute terror. My parents returned and we moved to Johannesburg for 3 years. My father worked for Open Doors Mission, which is not affiliated with KwaSizabantu Mission at all. This is the early like mid 1980s. And many of our neighboring countries did not allow white South Africans. But my father had a British passport because he was born in Kenya. And he would go into Madagascar and Angola and Mozambique on his British passport. Well, I think he went into Mozambique crossing the Shiri River in Amokoro. I believe he was once captured by either Frelimo or Renamo soldiers, but I didn't hear those details because I was a child. Anyway, my dad would go to these Christians who were, at the time, I was told these were communist countries and they were oppressing Christians. And so my father would go and take them Bibles and just give them encouragement. I was a child. This is what I was told. I accepted as the truth. My dad was a good man. Anyway, after 3 years, he told me that KwaSizabantu was starting a school. This was the end of 1986. And they had asked him to be principal of the school. And so we would be moving back there. And I remember being fear-stricken, but also thinking, it's okay. This time my father's going to be there. He's going to be able to protect me. But then the day before school opened, he died. His sister, my aunt Iris Bowman, who lived in Pietermaritzburg, told me that the night before he died, he phoned her. And he said that at a school meeting, he had been told he's no longer the principal because he wouldn't go along with some of their policies. And the next morning, he was 43 years old and he died of a heart attack. So my protector was gone. It was my mother and I there, my older brother and sister. My brother was in matric that year and he stayed in Johannesburg. My sister had enrolled in her first year of studies for metallurgical engineering in Pretoria. She had a bursary through what was then ISCOR. So it was just my mother and I. I was in standard 8 and I had done all my schooling up until that point in Afrikaans. And suddenly I had to study through correspondence. There were 3 of us white children in standard 8 that year. And but we were told it's a multiracial school, but we were not integrated with the Black children. We were set apart and told we are now studying through Damlin. We had to do all our work through correspondence. We had no teachers and nobody ever checked whether I did my homework or not. So, and I was grief-stricken. I remember looking at my science book and the first page had something about inertia. And I could not get past that. And months later, it occurred to me to look up the definition of inertia. And I realized traagheid. And I realized, well, my dad was a maths and science teacher, and I knew what traagheid was. I mean, he explained it to me when I was a little girl, when he braked suddenly and my body kept moving forward. But it was that kind of absolute lack. Anyway, by the time we got to matric, I think they realized that there was serious trouble because we'd written standard 9 exams. And instead of, I think in standard 7, I got something like 97% for maths. And in the standard 9 exam, I got 17%. It was unbelievably humiliating. And I felt that I had really let down my dad. Anyway, then they gave us teachers. I still had to study Afrikaans and history on my own, but for the other subjects, we now had teachers. And so I passed matric. When I was 16, that the year that I took between 15 and 16 in standard 8, I was obviously grief-stricken about my dad, and I did not confess my sins once. In fact, I did not have a counselor, and every person there has to have a counselor to confess their sins to. It shows you how unsupervised I was. I felt like I lost my mother. She was immersed. They'd made her a teacher. At that time, just about all the teachers, none of them had qualifications. Everybody just pitched in and helped. Yeah, I was unsupervised. I pretty much did what I wanted. Well, within obviously the confines of KwaSizabantu. My mother sat me down at the end of that year. Oh, they'd also made me prefect at the beginning of standard 8. And I remember thinking, but these children don't know me. And how can I, as a standard 8, be prefect over matrics? But us white kids, all three of us were made prefects that year. Oh no, I don't know if all three, but the three of us were made prefect. Anyway, so my mother said to me, because I have not confessed my sins, the school board has met and decided that they were going to expel me. And I thought, well, that's not the end of the world because, you know, I'm studying through correspondence anyway, and that will save me going to assembly every morning, which basically was just a church service. But then she said, because this is now her home, she would have no choice but to kick me out the house as well. So I needed to pack a little suitcase. I was 16 years old and I had a son at 7. And walk up to the main road and catch a lift and start a life somewhere. I, of course, cried and begged that this not happen to me. I then had to find myself a counselor, and I did have a choice in that. I could choose my own counselor, and I chose a man who was very intelligent. He spoke 5 languages, and often when he preached, he would bring some history into things. Now, history was one of my favorite subjects, and I just thought, yeah, he just seemed more intelligent than the average preacher there, and more switched on to the outside world. And his name was Muzi Gunene. And I asked him if he would be my counselor, and he said yes. So then I was allowed to stay, and I started being counseled by Muzi Gunene. And then Muzi Gunene started grooming me and started sexually abusing me. And it's a really long story. The bottom line is I thought I was wrong. This is a man of God who is fondling me. Well, I didn't even know he was fondling me. I didn't know he was touching me inappropriately because no sex education was ever allowed. I just knew something was wrong. And the obvious conclusion I drew, which is the conclusion that KwaSizabantu drilled into me, was that I was wrong and the sin was mine if there was sin. So they preached a lot about lust and how there's nothing worse than lust, you know, and so I thought, well, and I knew lust happened between men and women. So I thought, well, but what I'm feeling is lust. And so I said to Muzi one day that I think I'm feeling feelings of lust for you. But he, of course, had told me not to tell anybody what was happening between us because nobody would understand. Of course, they all do that, don't they? I don't know what prompted Muzi to go to Elo Stegen, who is the leader of KwaSizabantu. But I was called into a meeting with Elo and Muzi sitting there. I was 18 years old at this stage. 17, 18. And Muzi said, please tell Uncle Elo what you told me. Now, confession is meant to be sacrosanct between you and your counselor. I would find out, as I did here, that it wasn't. It was often discussed. I then proceeded to tell Uncle Elo that I think I had feelings of lust for Muzi. Now, Uncle Elo, in his wisdom, knowing full well that I had not had even the tiniest little bit of sex education, called me a whore and a slut and a Delilah and a marriage wrecker, and forbade me to have anything to do with Muzi Kunene, or, and this hurt the most, his children. He had, at that time, he had 2 children with his wife, Cindy, and Miriam, the youngest, had muscular dystrophy. And I would spend hours every day with her, just pouring all my love into her and helping move her limbs and teaching her English. And his son, Msebenzi, was also learning English from me. And they were the light of my life. It was the only thing that kept me sane. And now I was forbidden to have any contact with his family. Muzi did not listen to this. He would keep sending his their domestic worker to come and fetch me. In the middle of the night, my mother says, late at night, my mother says, this is not true. We shared a rondavel. She was always there. She wasn't. She was at school until very late at night. And I would go anyway. Then I got very ill, very, very ill. I weighed 43, 44 kilograms when I was 19 years old. To put that into perspective, I weigh 80 kilograms now. Well, 81, if I'm honest. And I was taken from doctor to doctor. At least then I had medical, when they could see it was obvious that something was wrong. Alo prayed for me often because I would get migraines, but his prayers never cured me the way it cured everybody else. So I also felt something was wrong with me. Anyway, long story short, my aunt and uncle paid for me to go to Europe. When I came back from Europe, my aunt and uncle offered to pay for my studies in Europe. I phoned my mother. I was 21, very excited. She said to me, no, you promised me you're coming home. You're coming home. So I went back to KwaSizabantu. Muzi pinned me against a wall, kissed and fondled me. And I phoned my aunt in Pietermaritzburg and begged her and asked her if I could come and visit. I was 21, but as a young girl there, I was my parents' responsibility until the day I got married. So I had to have my mother's permission to ask for a lift to go to Pietermaritzburg. I told my mother I was visiting my aunt for the weekend. So I packed a small little bag. When I got to my aunt, I said to her, I can't go back there. And she said to me, I don't have to, I can stay with her. So I was 21 and I'd run away. I went back every now and again. My first paycheck, I repaired my mother's engagement ring. The little diamond had fallen out a few years back, and I went back, and because I knew where she put it, and I took it to a jeweler in Pietermaritzburg who allowed me to pay it off over 6 months. And that's what I did with my first paycheck. I repaired my mother's engagement ring. On one of these trips back, Elo, I'm sorry, I no longer call him Uncle Elo. He does not deserve that honorific title. Elo called me in and said, so is this God's will for your life? And I said, I don't know. I didn't ask God. He got extremely angry and he told me that I would never be happy. He told me that my future husband would sleep around with other women. And then he said, I now place God's curse on your life, Erica. I believed him. I believed him for a long time. But I believed that I was evil and I was wrong. And I didn't have the peace they preached. I didn't have the relationship with God that they preached. And so I started forging away from myself. It was extremely, extremely harrowing and difficult. And I almost killed myself, but I didn't, because I didn't want to become one of the stories that they preach about me from the pulpit. That was the only thing that kept me from killing myself. And I read books that other survivors had written, and I thought, if they can do it, I can do it. It was about in 1995, 96 that I met a really wonderful man, and he became my boyfriend, and he was not religious. And it was the first time that I met people that were not Christian, who were good people. And I started thinking, hang on, maybe they're not right. Also, in 1994, with the elections, I was already out. But as I was listening more to Nelson Mandela speak and the speeches he made, and I listened to Archbishop Tutu and what he was saying. Now, these two men had been vilified at KwaSizabantu from the pulpit. We were told that they were evil, that they were doing the devil's work. And I was listening to these two men and thinking they are good people. And so slowly I started figuring out that maybe KwaSizabantu doesn't have the truth and the light and everything that they say. And it was only then when I was starting to tell this boyfriend of mine of the things that had happened to me and the stuff that I had witnessed and his horror at what I was telling him, that I started realizing what I had experienced and witnessed was abuse. It came to my attention in 1996 that Domino Savite wanted to open a branch in France, and that the residents of that French village were concerned. I contacted the residents of the French village and said I would be happy to tell them about my experience, and they are right to be concerned. I don't remember how it happened, but the Sunday Tribune learned of what was going on. And they picked up the story, and on the 31st of March 1996, they published an article called Mission Pupils Help French. And then after the article appeared, the newspaper was inundated with letters from people supporting KwaSizabantu and from pupils who stated that my criticism was unfounded. So cue forward a few years. Then in 1997, I wrote a long letter to Cosmopolitan because they had printed an article called Return of the Virgins with the whole True Love Waits campaign that Dorothy Newlands and KwaSizabantu was spearheading to get young people to sign a pledge that they will remain virgins until the day they marry. I read this article and I thought how hypocritical of KwaSizabantu to use a magazine that they would never allow on their premises to spread their gospel. And I wrote a very long letter to Cosmopolitan and they printed it in full. So now KwaSizabantu knew that I was prepared to speak out publicly. And then in the year 2000, well, in 1999, I wrote an article for a women's magazine, and it was printed in February 2000, and that caused a little bit of a stir in the media, and again, KwaSizabantu just denied. So I have all those publications from 2000. They denied that there had been public beatings there. Those were their words. This was February. By March, their tune had changed a bit because by now many people had come forward and said, actually, Erica is speaking the truth. So in March, then they conceded to the Sunday Tribune that there had been some public beatings, but it was the parents who did it. So, yeah. KwaSizabantu denied. The TRC, for some reason, didn't pick up on these testimonies, even though they were approached. So for 20 years, then I kind of just went quiet and carried on with my life. I thought I tried what I could, to bring this awareness, and I'd failed because there was. People were outraged, and then it just died down. And then in 2019, it came to my attention that there were still things going on at KwaSizabantu that I vehemently opposed. And my sister's testimony spoke about that. I need to go on, but you're welcome to ask me questions about that. In February 2020, I approached Adrian Basson of News 24. You know what? He believed me. any survivor of abuse will tell you that to have someone look you in the eye and say, I believe you, is the most incredible gift anybody can give you. I just want that to say that if anybody ever speaks to someone who has been abused and you believe them, please tell them. It means the world. This launched its 7-month investigation, of which you're very familiar, with which you are very familiar. And 2 weeks before the launch of Exodus, my mother took to the pulpit. Women aren't on the pulpit very frequently, and she denounced me as a bitter child, a bitter, disgruntled child who spouts lies and whose lies have grown in the media. And she said that if anybody has contact with my younger daughter, please tell her there is still time for her to come to the cross. And because she's always told me we'll meet at the cross and nowhere else. In other words, I must repent. She actually said in so many words, roughly around 1995, that I am not her daughter. This is an allegation she has refuted over the years, but, well, we were then subsequently on national television together on a program called Voorblad. They approached me, asked me if I would come and speak to them. I said yes, but I emphasized I want my story to be one of hope. I don't want to dwell so much on what happened to me, but more my recovery. And then they, of course, had to allow KwaSizabantu to send a representative. And I was on my way to the airport when the producers phoned me and said, the representative KwaSizabantu is sending is your mother. And I said to them, they are trying to turn this into a Jerry Springer show. They want to make it a single family issue. It's a much broader issue. But then on reflection, I still went. And my mother told the national audience in Afrikaans that, no, I'm not her child, but that it was my choice because I'm the one who turned my back on God. Anyway, so my mother denounced me preemptively from the pulpit. And then my sister, 2 days after Exodus launched, my sister sent out a video to the extended family in which she had a lot to say about the defects in my character. And yeah, so then the backlash kind of began. But what that did was it brought so many people to me, ex-members, people who were still hurting. In those first few months, I spent hours on the phone every week with people, crying with them, validating them validating me. And everyone said, thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing this into the light. Many said that they've pushed this so far behind them. Anyway, it was the Exodus expose that led to your commission starting to inquire into the dealings at KwaSizabantu. However, there's a vast amount of us, people who cannot make it to the hearings or who desperately want to retain their anonymity, and we're concerned that they wouldn't be able to. And so there was an initiative among 6 of us ex-pupils. One of them was Bonelo Tele, and he spoke to you also in Durban. And we put together a questionnaire, and we said to them that your questions are for the CRL Rights Commission. We would like to present it to them on your behalf, and also if necessary, law enforcement, should that be deemed necessary. So I have around 75 people's contact details and written testimonies, and their permission to provide that to you for verification. However, many of them still have links to the mission in terms of family. Many of them may not have links, but they fear the mission. And so, yeah, we before I give you their details, I would like to just know what safeguards there are in place for keeping their identities, safeguarding their identities until they consent to their identities being known to KwaSizabantu or the bigger world. And I feel it is really important, because I gave them my word, that I read you just a few excerpts. The entire document, when I compile all of it together, it's over 40,000 words. We obviously can't go through that. So I've just selected a few. I have redacted names, and I have redacted some years, except where the dates are pertinent, so as to protect their identity. And I've also redacted autobiographical details that may lead to their identification. So I'm going to now just read a number of excerpts from these testimonies. I'm going to start with virginity testing. My friend Pelimpilo Malinga, who you heard from as well, she explained to me in the Zulu custom how virginity testing is done, and how it is a celebration of womanhood, and it is done in a very respectful, beautiful manner, and the girl has personal choice, and it is never done to any child who hasn't reached puberty. I'm not going to go into that. We asked them certain questions. What ages were you when you were first tested? What years did this happen? It happened for 6 years. It started in 1998. I remember it when I was 8 years old until I left the school. I was 6 years old. I was 7 years old. It started when I was 5 years old and continued until I was in grade 12 in 2002. 4 times a year for 12 years. No. I was 6 years old. We asked, did you undergo virginity testing after 2002 when Domino Savite's school claims they stopped doing this? 29 responses. 72% said no. 27% said yes, they were tested after 2002. The 72%, many of them had left the school by then, so obviously they wouldn't have been. KwaSizabantu claims your parents required this and it was not school policy. Do you agree? If not, why not? Not one single respondent said that is the truth. Everyone said, no, it was their law. Don't agree. When I started school, this was already happening. My parents didn't require anything. It was already there. They were only informed of it. No, it was school policy. We were called from classrooms to go to the waiting room where this was conducted. It was definitely school policy. Every first Saturday after the holidays, we were tested. You had to be there, otherwise you can't attend class. My mother never discussed this with me. No, my mother says they were told that virginity testing was a KSB rule and a precondition for the girls to be at the school. My mom then thought that all the girls had to go through virginity testing and was surprised to find out that only African girls had to go through it. Lies. I don't agree. No. This is the first time this year, 2020, I hear the parent story. In the late 90s, this practice was done even during school hours, and the girls would be excused from class, and you would hear boys giggling because they knew what was going on. It was a church rule, says someone else. As far as I know, parents were told and also knew that it was a rule. I left DSS in 1998, and at that time, testing was still being done. No, my mom confronted, name of teacher redacted, and she said it's a school rule. I disagree, because when I was at home in Tegela Ferry and the same thing was practiced there, my parents would tell us to go and sit in the car and not go. I confronted both my parents about this practice and asked if they knew about it and if they had any input into what we were subjected to. They said they knew that girls were tested at KSB. However, they personally did not promote or ask for their daughters to be tested. I believe them. The school knew about virginity testing and promoted it. If we skipped a session or tried to get away, a teacher was sent to class with a list of names of girls who had missed that session. Those girls would be removed from class and sent to the testing room. I remember this because I was removed from class a number of times, and I remember how embarrassed I was each time. We then asked about the long-term effects that this had on their lives. One respondent had 3 letters, all in uppercase, yo. Other respondents said, I felt like I'm less of a woman. I have low self-esteem. Another, when I finally had sex in my adult life, I was shocked when I found out that I was a virgin. Plus, it took a while for me to enjoy sex because it always felt wrong somehow. Someone else wrote how she always got a rash afterwards, and she thinks it's because they used the same gloves, girl after girl. My human rights were violated. That infuriated me. I felt I was discriminated because some students didn't go. Why was it only the Black girls who did the testing? I have a lot of questions which have never been answered till today. Does my Blackness make me look more guilty? Those are things that have stuck with me. I'm confused about sex and consent over my body. Now that I'm an adult, it feels painful. As a child, I knew nothing about sex, but we were made to believe that everything the mission elders did was right. They made us believe in a perfect human being. It was hard talking about it to your peers at that time, as it was embarrassing, even when you knew very well you did nothing. It took me years of therapy. I've spoken up and said something since we knew this was happening to our female peers, and we knew they absolutely hated it. In our own way, we knew it was abuse. That's from a male ex-pupil. Once you are able to process and understand what happened to you as a child, it takes forever to be able to trust anyone, especially adults. The feelings of being victimized, violated, and embarrassed linger on. I'm going to leave this there. But there is a lot more, and I can, of course, give the whole report to your commission because I have the mandate to do that. Sorry, this is hard for me as well. Now we get to the physical abuse. In 2000, I was approached by a child who had been at school in 1996 when those first letters were written to the Tribune, saying that there was no physical abuse and they weren't beaten in public. This person wrote to me and asked me to please forgive him. He said he wrote one of those letters that were printed in the Tribune, and he was told what to write. And he looked at the person who was telling him how to write, and he said, but that's a lie. I have witnessed beatings, and I have been beaten myself. And the person said, yeah, but that was long ago. It wasn't so bad. Just write this. He then tried to right the wrong and wrote to the Tribune. And I have the letter that he wrote to the Tribune then in 2000 saying he is really sorry, he lied, and he wants to set the record straight. When he filled in this questionnaire, he said there were some things he wanted to say that weren't as part of the questions. And he says lying and deception is the order of the day at KSB when it comes to defending any allegations brought against them. I can provide more details on request. Suffice to say for now that any denials by the mission or letters of support by people living at the mission hold no value in my eyes, since I know that they won't think twice about deceiving people and that congregants will be pressured and even coerced into supporting them. Yeah. Anyway, let's carry on back. So remember in 2000, they said to Femina magazine there'd never been any public beatings. Then in 2003, they said, yeah, there were some, but it was the parents who insisted on it and who did it. Cue to 2020, when a host of us now come forward and say this was happening. And suddenly they're like, yeah, there were some excesses, but it was dealt with by church discipline. It was abolished in 1994, and definitely at 1996 there was a school-wide meeting where we said this is no longer happening. I have witnesses who have written to me about that meeting. They were told, and remember 1996 is when the Tribune did that story, right? So they were told that there can no longer be any beatings at the school and that it was now going to be outsourced. In fact, somebody contacted me privately and said that they remember their teacher came to their house after school to beat them for something that they had done. And that teacher was my mother. Yeah. Anyway, so we asked about this. We asked about the physical abuse. I'm going to read you just a few. There's a lot, just a little bit. The punishment we got was really harsh sometimes. We were made to run in the scorching sun. We lived in constant fear. I think it's also important to not forget that things that happened in these small branches outside the mission, the treatment, how school children were used for hard labor and taken away from their families. That place was hell and full of discrimination. Sometimes the food we ate was disgusting. If ever there were going to be visitors at the school, like government officials, things would be done differently. We would be treated well, and the food prepared was excellent, only to revert back to their old ways once the visitors are gone. Many people can attest to that. So we asked specifically about dates. I was definitely given corporal punishment after 1994 at DSS. There are too many instances to recall, but 1998, 1999, and 2002 are years when I received major beatings. I'm going to read a longer statement from this very person. I will recall a defining moment in my life, which I will never forget. It demonstrates the type of psychological abuse I experienced, and it was the day my character was absolutely destroyed. I was howling in pain because each blow of the beating was so painful. I was hit all over my body, not just my bottoms. The co-worker kept saying that the beating will not stop until I ceased crying, for I was not allowed to utter a word while being beaten, like Jesus on the cross, apparently. Eventually, from exhaustion, I could no longer make any sounds, and I stopped crying out in pain. However, the hiding didn't stop. I was then informed, through the latter part of my hiding, that I am now going to be beaten because I am not showing any remorse for my actions. My spirit was broken that day, and I have never been the same again. My entire body shakes now when I recall that day. It might seem like physical abuse at first because it was a beating, but the damage is definitely a psychological one, not to mention my absolute fear of dying every night, my constant need to go to my counselor in case I were to die in my bed and burn in hell for eternity. I once stepped on a frog by accident one rainy day and was told by a teacher that I will not enter the gates of heaven because I am a murderer. Someone else. The whole junior school got a hiding at Uncle Elo's house. I was hit once with a pipe. There was no reason given to me. I might not have been listening, but I was a good child. This was either grade R or grade 1. And that would have been 1996 or 1997. 1998, 1999, 2000. Elo Stegen beat me 3 times because I was accused of being gay and being naughty by name redacted, who didn't even live at our hostels. This is a male respondent. 2 names redacted also beat me more than 3 times for being naughty and wearing clothes they described as a sin. Name redacted, who was a boarding master, beat us for no reason at least once a week. He would make us run to the graveyards at night and sleep on top of the graves for a short while. Name redacted used to force us to confess sins we did not do, and she would emotionally blackmail us to confess. Another person.
Erica.
Sorry, yes.
And I'm just, because you are reading what other people have said.
Yes.
I thought the focus is on what your experience has been and that the people who you are trying to read their stories, if they want to approach us, they would do so. And if they want their names not to be reflected, we will do so. But I thought today we are concerned about yourself.
Right.
Precisely your experience.
Apologies for that. I have written numerous emails to the Commission about this matter. I asked what should I do with these testimonies. I've requested that information more than once. I was never responded to about what I need to do with these testimonies. And so because I had informed the Commission that I had all these testimonies, and also on Monday I expressed my desire to share some of these testimonies with the Commission. Yeah. If, however, you would prefer that I go back to my own experience, I'm happy to do so.
I think so, because we would require that those individuals whose names they would not want revealed, and if they are willing to give their own story, it's much better that way, because you are just quoting snippets. They may have even more experiences which they want to share. But I thought if we focus on your experience and say to us, it's unfortunate what you are saying that you requested this. I think the communication department would have indicated to us what it is, would have guided them that what we require is that you give us your story as your story and leave these others, but these others can contact us for their own specific stories, even if they don't want their names to appear.
Right. So we have this 40,000 word document that we have compiled with their permission. Do they need to contact you separately, or may I share it with you?
If you don't read it in the text now.
No. I mean, email it to you.
Yeah, you can email us for purposes of a record, because already some of the things you have already said for the record purposes. But I wanted to focus on your story.
Okay.
And that will help me. That will help the Commission.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, let me go to my my commissioner first before we come to you, because they may advise me as well. Advocate Botha?
Yes, Chair. I think it would be better if there was submissions from others, that they make the submissions themselves, purely because there is a process that we need to go through for any submission that does come to the Commission. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Erica. You can continue on your own story. And there's, we thought that because when you enter into these redacted stories, you had already completed yours. Then we can go back and try to converse.
No, I haven't completed my story.
Okay.
Professor, I really have been asking about these submissions since March last year. I just hope that we haven't run out of time for these individuals to now submit these accounts to you.
We wanted to close the matter, but remember, building communities is not it's not an event. And if there are people who are hurting and who feel that they must approach the Commission, we won't stop this, because it's a process of building. When people are hurt and people are wounded, we must deal with healing. And healing is the best way of integrating individuals into society. We are listening as a Commission. We really are not a legal body. Hence, the role of the Commission is a community builder. And there's a misunderstanding, even people out there, that we act like the human rights or what. No, we are not. We are not. We are listening to the concerns of individuals about the religious institutions, and we want the religious institution to be able to respond in a way that will put back the body of Christ, as it were. That's where we are at. That we are at. So this is not it's really a conversation of people concerned about building the kingdom of God on earth. You see, so this is the spirit which underlies what we are engaged here today. Yeah.
No, 100%. I understand, and I apologize that I
no, don't apologize. Don't apologize. It's just that I just felt that those stories are important as well. But today we want to focus on what Erica has experienced.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think may I play you a clip of something Elo said in his own words that is on YouTube.
Okay, that's fine.
Right. So something that you may have heard quite often is that KwaSizabantu would preach and teach that when you lie to protect God's work, that's not a lie. It's acceptable.
Okay.
And you'll know that that KwaSizabantu appointed 2 lawyers to write what they called an independent report. And in this independent report, these 2 lawyers found that they couldn't find any such things in sermons and that. And so they discounted that. But this is a really, I think, key point when dealing with KwaSizabantu is to know that they do not regard lying as sin if you're lying to protect God's work. And in their view, KwaSizabantu is God's work. So they encourage people, they encourage people to lie to authorities if it could land KwaSizabantu in trouble. And I'm going to share my screen quickly. I have the video open. It's 1.5 minutes that I'm just going to play for you. Share content. Sorry. I hope that you can see it. Here we go.
Together with the enemy. Kodwa kuze kube namhlanje siyamazi ujwayele igama lakhe libhalwe phansi ukuthi ubusisiwe kwabesifazane bonke waba namasu.
That is the important word that they would teach us, amasu.
Mhlophe ke abazi amasu. But to this day, this woman is known. It's recorded in history, and she's even known as being the most blessed among women. See, she used wisdom. And some people don't know the difference between that and telling a lie. Some people just say, no, that's a lie if you don't. Many whites will condemn this woman who was blessed, who told a lie and told him, come into my tent, you'll be safe here. And then she killed him. The whites, they don't know wise wisdom from above. They just call it a blatant lie. Jesus is the truth. And even if it's the truth, then Jesus is not in it. It is a lie.
So, even if it is the truth and Jesus is not in it, it is a lie. That is what we were told over and over and over again. The same Elo preached that you have to break the spirit of a child by the age of 3. In my time, they used beatings, but not only beatings. I was very young. There was a boy who had pieces of toilet paper stuck between his toes, and the toilet paper was lit so that he could get a taste of hellfire. We had to witness children being beaten. I became a shadow child. As far as I remember, I was never beaten in public. You'd think I'd remember something like that, but I've come to understand what trauma does. There's some instances that are too traumatic that you just don't remember. I don't think, though, that I was ever beaten in public, but I remember witnessing many public beatings. It would involve 3 adults usually. One adult would hold the child's arms. The child would be on its tummy. One adult would hold the child's arms, the other the legs, and the third adult would stand above the child and rain down blows. And I wasn't allowed to not look. I couldn't avert my gaze. I had to look, and I wasn't allowed to show any emotion, because then that would mean I was siding with sin. Sin became the kind of almost the sole focus, because it affected friendships as well. We were taught that if you knew of a friend's sin and you didn't confess it, you are as guilty as she is. And if you die that night, and honestly, a lot of us expected to die any moment, because it was always being held over our heads that God might come and take you tonight, and then where are you going to go? You're going to go to hell. So you couldn't have deep friendships, because if you confided something and someone else suddenly who heard you decided one day that they needed to confess this, you would get into serious trouble. I told you that when I was 10 years old, I started wetting my bed again at night. I was recently contacted by 2 people. I was going to Stanger at that time. I was in standard 3 and standard 4, which is grade 5 and 6 now. And we were bused to school to Stanger. And I was contacted by 2 people recently. One was a fellow pupil and my friend, Charmaine. And she was crying, and she said she's so sorry that they didn't know, and her family, they wish they'd known. And I was contacted by one of my teachers, who also cried and said she's so sorry she didn't know. And I said to both of them that you wouldn't have known. How could you have known? Firstly, I did not know that it was abuse. I believed that this was God's will, that this is how God wants children to be treated, to save us from going to hell. We needed to get beaten in order to save our souls. We knew that. So I would not have gone to anybody and said that I was being abused or that I was witnessing abuse, because I did not know that this was abuse. My godfather contacted me as well, and we lost touch for more than 20 years. He recalls he thinks I was around 16. We figured it out the years. I was roughly 16, 17 years old, and he was once in a car that was going to Durban. He'd come to visit, and I was in the car as well. I was probably on my way to a medical appointment, and he remembers thinking, like, what happened to that sunshine child? You know, she says, I didn't say one single word on that trip. I'm saying this because my sister told you that my sunshine was undiminished from when I entered to when I left, and that I was, you know, this sunshine child all the time. I wasn't. I do want to speak to you about the long-term effects of this abuse. And the many people I've spoken to, we share this. This is something we share. I was taught to not trust myself, not trust my intuition. If KwaSizabantu or an adult didn't show me how to do something, I mustn't do it because I would do it wrong. So in my adulthood, someone handing me a pawpaw and asking me to cut it up reduced me into a quivering wreck because nobody had ever shown me how to slice a pawpaw. It literally comes down to every facet of your life, even cutting up a fruit, that I thought I was going to do it wrong because nobody had ever shown me. I didn't trust myself for the longest time. I didn't trust other people. I definitely didn't trust God. I am not a Christian. I'm not a believer in anything today. I believe it's more important how you live than what you believe in, how you treat people, how you treat yourself. You can believe what you like, but if you do bad things to people, then what does your belief actually matter? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. It would be so nice if somebody could just show their face. Oh, there's Chris. Because I feel like I'm speaking to this black screen and I'm not seeing anyone, and that makes it a little bit difficult. I'm okay. I'm just crying. Don't worry.
You see us?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Mm.
Sorry, I was just speaking into this black screen.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, sorry. Let's just let Chris.
All right.
Okay, so since this, I then published a book called Mission of Malice. It recounts my time at KwaSizabantu and the very difficult years that I had after leaving it, and then also what's happening now with Exodus and with the commission, and so I've written my account. I've had so many ex-members contact me and saying, thank you so much for writing what we experienced. Although now we're speaking about my experience. I'm sorry, this threw me a little bit. I had prepared very little of my own story because I thought so much of it is out there. I really struggled to have relationships. I think now at the age of 50, I'm in the first relationship where I feel that I'm an equal partner. I realized in 2020, when I was on the verge of suicide again, that I had married somebody, a man, very much like the men of my childhood. And that was when I realized that I hadn't done enough work and enough healing, because trauma isn't something you choose to happen to you. But once it's happened to you, it becomes your responsibility. You have to deal with it. And I genuinely thought that I had dealt with it, but then I realized that I hadn't, and that I still thought of myself as unlovable. I still thought of myself as unworthy. I still thought of myself as less than any man. And well, I got divorced and also went to therapy and got involved with the Exodus thing, wrote my book. And in August last year, just before I turned 50, I realized that for the first time in my life, I actually like who I am. And yeah, it's taken me 50 years to get here. I ran away from KwaSizabantu in January 1993, so it's almost 30 years. And I know that they say, how can I know what is happening there today? I haven't been there for so long. But by your fruit they shall know you. Isn't that what the Bible says? They haven't renounced their belief that you have to break the spirit of a child by the age of 3. They haven't really acknowledged the harm that they did. And so maybe they're not beating children in public anymore until they bleed. But how are they controlling children to this day? I feel compelled to keep speaking out. I feel for the adults who get involved, but they are adults. They have some agency. My heart is with the children who are born there and the children who are brought there by their parents. They have no agency. And I know from experience, and I know from speaking to so many people who have left, that things have not changed. Things have not changed there. And I participated in the report that KwaSizabantu paid those 2 lawyers to do. I was against it. I said, how can an organization investigate themselves? And people persuaded me that we won't be able to say the report is a whitewash if we don't participate. I spent an hour and a half with Advocate Kumbushazi and Peter Lemotier. And I told them I was recording the session, and afterwards I had it transcribed by a legal transcription service. In retrospect, now reading through the transcript, I can see that they were asking me very leading questions. Like they asked me stuff like, who would be on the chopping block for you? And I thought that was such a weird question. And I was like, no, there's no chopping block, but there are certain people who need to be, held accountable for what they've done. And then I gave them a list of names. And Kumbushazi put to me that my testimony in the documentary had been edited in such a way that they made it sound as if I'd been expelled at the age of 16. And I said to her, no, I don't believe that was done. I believe when you watch the documentary, it's very clear that I stayed and that I got myself a counselor and that I stayed there. So I don't believe that News 24 twisted my words, and I don't believe that the documentary gives a false impression. So that was what I said to Kumbushazi. Then came right at the beginning, I said to them, I don't trust them because they're being paid by KwaSizabantu. And who's going to get the report? KwaSizabantu? And they said, no, they have jurisdiction. They can decide who to give the report to. And Peter Lemotier's words to me were, it won't be a hush-hush report. But then one day, suddenly, just before 3, I was told, Advocate Keith Mattia is giving a press conference and it's about the report. And we've been asking for the report and we were told it will be sent, it will be sent, it will be sent. So I logged onto this press, can't call it press conference because no one was allowed to ask questions, this press briefing that Keith Mattia gave. And I want to give you a glimpse of how I felt. Now, remember, I spoke to them and then I heard nothing. And the first I'm hearing is what this is now being broadcast to the whole world about me. But I haven't seen the report. I haven't seen what they have said about me. So here we go. 21 minutes in.
We want to touch, and there are more examples than this. I want to touch on the integrity of Mr. Basson as a journalist. If one watches the Exodus video, at one point, Ms. Bowman, Erika Bowman, creates the impression that as a young 16-year-old girl, instead of 8, for a relatively minor infraction, was expelled from the school at the mission. Her mother supported the expulsion, and she, in the video, she still says, imagine a young girl of 16 with a suitcase just being let out into the world. If one looks at the video, that's the clear impression created. This was put to Ms. Bowman by the panelists. And the response of Ms. Bowman to the panelists was as follows. Ms. Bowman's account of the story in the News 24 was edited to appear as if she was expelled from the mission at 15. Because the truth is, and this was presented to the panel, is that Ms. Bowman in fact matriculated at that school, and not only matriculated, but was one of the co-dux winners of her year, and in fact returned the following year as an assistant teacher. And yet, if you look at the video, the impression is clearly created. Clearly created. There's no other impression that can be created if you listen to the video. That she was expelled as a 15, 16-year-old. Yeah, she said she never told that to Mr. Basson. And that it's Mr. Basson who is...
Man, shut up. Sorry. Yeah, just so many wrong things. I was distraught, of course, and immediately sent Andrew Arnott a message to say, you guys are saying all these things about me. When am I actually going to be given the courtesy of being allowed to read what has been written about me? And he says, oh no, that is in that is in their power. And anyway, they sent it to the Sunday Times. We weren't allowed to read it. On Monday, they sent us only Section A. And it was only a few days later that they actually sent us the full report. On reading this, I was extremely disturbed because of the way that they had twisted my testimony. I am happy to send a document to you where I actually take the transcript of what I said to what they said and show the differences and how they twisted my words. And I was then very concerned because I had given them personal information that they told me they would keep private, other individuals' names. And I didn't feel confident now that I could trust them to do that. So my lawyers wrote them a letter asking to please confirm that they will keep in confidence what I asked them to keep in confidence. Advocate Kumbushazi didn't bother to respond, but Peter Lemotier gave a very short response and basically just said, look, what we said we would do, we will do. So it wasn't very clear. They didn't answer my question very clearly, but I am very disturbed. They also outright lie to me, lie about me, I mean. I'm going to stop sharing, sorry, because you're probably just seeing my face in double. They, in the report, they say that that I told the person they call Amanda, or the Exodus called Amanda, that I told her to lie about being raped. They give that as fact. They don't give that it was put to them that I had done it. I heard this, and I then actually contacted Amanda and asked her, would you speak to these people and just give them your side of the story? There was a huge confusion. Amanda thought that I was asking her to speak to this commission, and she said yes. And I didn't understand the confusion. People then, her legal team, because she has an open case against a perpetrator of abuse at KwaSizabantu, her legal team said to her, this is not a good idea, and it could prejudice you in your ongoing lawsuit. I then said to Amanda, listen, I did this, let me contact them to tell them. which I did, in the report, they make it out that I told Amanda to not testify after they had gotten her details. They omit to say that I'm the one who presented them with Amanda and encouraged them to speak to her. They make it sound as though I now told her that she may not speak to them. They also say they never heard from her again. But I have the messages that she sent to state as how, so they just outright lie about this. They didn't speak to her, so why put it in the report? It is really just to vilify my name, and to blacken my name, because I have been KwaSizabantu's most outspoken critic for the longest time, and they need to discredit me as much as possible, and they have tried to do so, and whether they've succeeded or not, I don't know. But these lies, these like actual lies by Advocate Kumbushazi and Peter Lemotier, I have to tell you, blew me away and broke me a little bit, because I trusted them. You know, they were outsiders. I still to this day cannot understand the lies. I'm happy to submit that report to you in an email, and you can actually see the evidence laid out very, very clearly. Yeah, I think that's where I got my first knock, and I thought, you know, maybe people don't care. Judith Herman writes that perpetrators just ask people to not do much and just stand by silently. To stand with survivors, you have to actually engage, and you have to stand with them, whereas the perpetrators will do everything in their power to silence us. And I'm sorry, I'm getting very emotional here, but I've so been wanting to speak to you, and now I feel like I'm messing it all up. But is there anything you would like to ask me?
You can drink some water. I guess you need that.
Thank you.
Just drink some water, and yeah, it will help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to send the commission copies of my book, but I didn't, because I didn't want to appear I don't know that I was carrying favor, and I remember Karen van Eden tried to hand you books, and you said you may not accept gifts, so I didn't send you copies of my book, but I would be very happy to arrange for my publishers, Penguin Random House, to deliver some copies to you, should you wish, because I do believe my book forms part of my testimony. I just wasn't sure how to handle that. Yeah. I want to highlight the difference between how Switzerland has responded, and that they have actually apologized. They've disbanded the school board. Any teachers who were there during the time of abuse have either been suspended or fired. And compare that to KwaSizabantu, where Michael Ngubane, who is one of the worst perpetrators of abuse that I witnessed with my own eyes, and by his own admission, made some use of excessive force. He is still on the school board. He is still in charge of children. It blows my mind. And this is why I know that nothing has changed except maybe public beatings. because the same perpetrators are still in charge, and they don't show remorse. They have not shown remorse. And where there is no remorse, there is no change. If they are not remorseful, if they cannot acknowledge what they have done, if they cannot say, we did this, we were wrong, we are sorry, and here is how we are going to make it right, which, by the way, is what they preach we should do in our personal lives. You have to go, every sin that you ever committed, that you can remember, you have to go and make it right with the person who was involved if you sinned against someone else. They don't do that. They refuse to do that. And this is how I know that they have not changed. They have not shown an ounce of remorse. They have not shown an understanding that showing violent movies to toddlers is destructive. They still believe that you have to break the spirit of a child, and just those words break my heart. How can you take a toddler? How can you take a young child and say this they from the devil? We need to break their spirit so that they can get into heaven. Suffer the little children to come unto me.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Erica. Can we just few questions? Let me check from the commissioners for clarification. Yeah. Commissioner, any commissioners need for Erica? The issue of whether you left or have not graduated at that school,
yes,
and that you are an A-class student,
yes.
Where is the real problem with that narration, from what you say and from what the mission station is saying? Where is the difference?
I matriculated at Domino's Vitae School, and the next year, at the age of 18, I was given 45 little 5-year-olds to teach them English.
Yes.
So no, I matriculated there, and no, they are saying that I am lying and that I am saying that I was expelled at the age of 16. I have never said that. In 25 years of speaking out against that place, I have not said that once.
Okay, so the issue is that you have never said that they expelled you.
Never.
You said you matriculated there, and later you were given a position to teach young children. You're a teacher.
Yes.
That is the story.
Yes.
So the story of you being expelled, it's not your story. That's what you're saying.
I was threatened with expulsion.
Yes.
Yes, but I was not expelled, and I've never once stated that I was expelled, and my testimony has never once been twisted to imply that I was expelled either.
Okay. Now, the story of Muzi, the counselor that you chose just before you at the point of being expelled.
Yes.
You chose Muzi as your counselor.
Yes.
And the whole story of liking, or what is it now? You use a word, what is it?
Oh, feelings of lust.
If we say feeling of lust. And the fact that I think it was Muzi who then approached the feeling of lust. Where did it end? When you told him about the feeling of lust, where did it end? It was just a feeling of lust.
Well, you see, I didn't know. I felt something was wrong. And I suppose I must have felt some stirrings of arousal, but I didn't know what lust was. I was trying to say that something is wrong, and because he's a man of God and he can do no wrong, I took it upon myself that I was wrong, and because it was a man and a woman, I assumed that it was lust.
Okay.
So I was completely ignorant. I didn't really know what was going on.
Okay. Did it go anywhere except that? Did it end up in something, or just a feeling of lust?
No, he never raped me. He just
Okay.
fondled and kissed me.
Okay.
And,
Right.
but it was against my will. I made it clear. He did
Okay.
once.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the story of Muzi and Stegen calling you. How did this happen? What was the intention?
Well, I don't know what the intention was. I think maybe Muzi was scared because I had now expressed misgivings and that I wasn't comfortable. Maybe he was scared that I would tell somebody else. And so he possibly thought he better get ahead of this. But I would later find out that Elo was aware of sexual misconduct on Muzi's behalf, on Muzi's part, for many years already. So I don't know. He was definitely protecting Muzi by making me out to be the sinner. I think they were trying to shut me up because Elo actually said to me, "You will speak of this to nobody, not even your mother."
Okay.
In that conversation, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, your biggest concern about the school. One is about beating. Okay. Secondly, it's about this horror, violent, hell-bound type of films or videos, whatever the case may be.
Yes.
And what else?
They encourage a culture of snitching. It's encoded in their code of conduct.
What is snitching?
Snitching is when you tell.
Cheating, culture of cheating. Okay.
So in their code of conduct, there is under required behavior, it says exposure of irregular conduct. They've actually put it in their code of conduct. That is my one problem. My other problem is that the Black children, and I'm a white, I understand, but my problem is that the Black children have no say. They may not do anything with their hair other than have it shorn short. If you go there, you will see not a single Black child with anything. That rule makes no sense to me because the white children can do with their hair what they want. They're the other. It's the whole psychological thing of you are bad and you are going to hell. That like really bothers me. About the school, I don't know what it is like now, but when I was there, I know they still have 100% pass mark, and they are very, very bold in stating this. My contention, though, is that when I was there, they deliberately withheld children in standard 9 from going into matric if they felt they wouldn't pass, or they told them they may not take a certain subject, or they told them, which I suppose schools do, that you can't take it this on higher grade, you must take it on standard grade or lower grade, which fair enough, schools do, but they didn't make it the child's choice. Yeah, they were told this is what you're doing, so as to maintain their 100% pass mark. Yeah, I don't know what the school is like these days. I honestly don't.
So you would say confession is one way of encouraging lying?
No, confession is one way of encouraging strict adherence to their rules, because you have to confess every single sin. So the leadership knows exactly what is going on in your head, or what people are doing. You are encouraged to confess other people's sins that you have witnessed. And so they control their whole congregation because they know exactly what is going on, who's talking to who, what are they saying. Like there's no questioning is not allowed there. You can't question the leadership. You can't question your teachers. You can't question your parents. This is how it's done. This is God's mandated way of doing it. Lydia Dube spoke at my niece's wedding, on the 9th of January this year. I was not invited. In around 1996, actually it was at David Jatla's funeral, which I attended. My brother-in-law, Marius Pretorius, told me that it was his God-given duty to protect his children against Satan. And as such, I may no longer have any contact with my nieces. They were very young at the time. And I'd taken my boyfriend to the mission, so I was like really rebellious. And he stood there and he looked at my sister and he said, Hannah, do you mean to tell me that this warm, gentle, caring woman who is your sister is going to harm your children? And she wouldn't look at him. She wouldn't look at me. She just said, I stand by my husband. And for a few years, I would try and phone them on their birthdays. My sister would answer the phone and say, Erica, you know that I can't let you speak to them. And then one day I swore at her because I was just so angry and frustrated. And I never phoned again. So I wasn't invited to my niece's wedding. I've had no contact with them. But I watched it because they live stream their services. My heart just broke. And in this service on the 9th of January, Lydia stood up and she said, people don't understand the courtship here at KwaSizabantu, that you don't talk to each other, you know, the way that KwaSizabantu gets married. And she says, but the thing is, God changed the rules in 1966. When we had the revival, God changed the rules. I actually have that clip here on video open on my screen if you want me to play it for you. We were always taught, and I hear nothing has changed by her saying that, is that other Christians have the Bible, but we have the Bible and the revival. So their word trumps everything. Like you could find a Bible verse that maybe meant that they that went against the policy, and it would be explained away. But this is also why they don't have Bible studies. You can ask the current members how often they have Bible studies. They don't gather in little groups and study the Bible because KwaSizabantu does not want individual interpretations of God's word. It is you sit in a service and you listen to the leadership's interpretation of God's word. You don't gather in small groups and do Bible studies. There is no, yeah. Anyway, does anyone else have a question? So I don't know. Should I invite you? Please ask.
Chair, our hands are up. I'm not sure where's the chairperson.
I see Commissioner Kama.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Bowman, for sharing your story with us. We were here. Sorry that you did not see our face. We thought it's easier, you know, there's no interruption that much when we are off the camera, most of us. But we pardon our, you know, without showing you our face. But we are here and listening attentively to what you are sharing with us. And thank you so much for coming forth and share with us. Maybe for me, it will be just clarity on few questions. You submit, in your saying or in your engagement with us, you are submitting that you did not have radio nor TV. I'm just thinking at that age, without having a radio and TV, what did it mean and why you did not have such? And the other one would be, you said even if you tell a tiny sin with that, or you specific a tiny sin without confession, you will go to hell. You know, a tiny sin. I'm not sure what's a tiny sin. That's maybe the clarity. But also what others that comes out is that you allude that KwaSizabantu was a multiracial school. However, you were not, integrated with Black students. That's what you are alluding. You were left unsupervised, and you tried your best to be, whatever that you could do, at that age. Why is that? Why that has happened? And yeah, maybe it's those clarities that I may seek. The last one will be, what is Amasu? Because Amasu is a Zulu word, but what you understood about Amasu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'll take your questions from the top. Amasu, what I understood is that it is a white lie, and it is not a lie. So it is not a lie if you are telling a lie for God. And by God, you can say God / KwaSizabantu / Stegen, because they were all the same thing in our children's minds. Yeah, but any other lie was a grievous sin. What I meant by tiny sin is a feeling of irritation if my mother asked me to wash the dishes. That slight feeling of irritation. If I died without confessing that, I would go to hell for that tiny sin, because God's grace might be out there, but only if you earn it. With every single sin you commit, you have to confess it, because it's kind of like God's grace disappears once you sin, and then you have to earn it back by confessing it to this person. You can't just pray to God and say, please forgive me, God. No, you have to confess it. That higher up person has to pray with you that God forgives you, and then you are forgiven. And if I may just say that none of those people have any training in counseling or dealing with children or adults or psychological problems. And also, this is where abuse becomes easy, because you are alone in a room with your counselor. You put vulnerable young girls in a room with somebody who has predatory tendencies, and it is a recipe for disaster. So those were your two questions. The other two
was the TV.
Oh yes, so
and the integration.
Yes, thank you. So the TV and the radio and the magazines and books and music, any music with a beat in it was forbidden. See, that's bringing the outside world, that's bringing the world into your home, and you're not allowed to do that. I believe that people now have access online access, which is great. I wonder how they police that. But you also police yourself, because I would visit sometimes an aunt or uncle, and they had a TV, and I would be scared to watch that TV. I remember the last time I saw my nieces was in December 1998, when I heard that they were visiting my uncle's farm in Montague. And I decided to drive there and spend the day with them. And I spent the day with my nieces, and they were little. And I remember, so my brother-in-law is quite scared of my uncles. And so he wouldn't reprimand me in front of my uncles. He pulled me aside and said, you're not allowed to be alone with my daughters. But he wouldn't say that in front of my uncles, because appearances matter for them. And so my little niece was sitting on my lap, and she was looking at my aunt Milani, who is one of the godliest women I know. She's a Christian. She is a beautiful woman. She was wearing earrings that day. And my little niece said to me, "Sy is van die duivel af," because she was wearing earrings. She's from the devil. So she wasn't even going to school yet, that child. So anything from the world was to be shunned. And that's where TV and radio and that comes into it. They, of course, have their own radio station, Radio Kwezi, so I'm sure they're encouraged to listen to that. And then the segregation. So in the beginning, at the start of the school, there was definitely deep segregation between whites and blacks. I believe that has become better over the years. The black children were beaten often. I remember, I think it was the 8th of August 1988 or 1989, that there was a school-wide beating, but the white children were told to leave the hall. And then the black children stayed behind, and every single child in the school got a hiding. The black children ate much worse food than I ate, because I ate up in the communal hall with the visitors. I recall once they even had something, I can't remember what it was, but it had like little worms in it, and they were told to stop complaining, and they had to eat it. Their facilities at the time, I don't know what the boarding school looks like now, but they had bunk beds that were it was stacked 3 by 3. You couldn't really sit up comfortably if you were on one of the lower bunks. They had very thin plastic mattresses, and it was the ablution facilities were terrible. My mother used to threaten me with going to stay in the dormitories with the other girls if I was doing something that she didn't think was right. So she used staying in the dormitories as a threat, as a punishment. I did. Actually, my friends remember that I came to sometimes stay with them, but I think that was also voluntarily. I don't remember anymore. The other thing about the segregation is, so God apparently tells people how to get married there, right? So God tells the man, never the woman, the man, that this is meant to be your future wife. I was proposed to 3 times. The first time was the day after I wrote my last matric exam. Elo came to me and said, this man believes that it's God's will that you become his wife. Please go and pray about it. I prayed, but like God never spoke to me. So I don't know where I got the courage from, but I said no. And I said no a subsequent 2 times. The 3rd time was a man who I despised. Well, no, I despised his brother. I didn't really know him. And I said no immediately. And Elo said to me, are you not going to go pray about it? And I said, no, I cannot believe that God would want me to marry into this family. But God has not once ordained a multiracial marriage in almost 6 decades. Not one interracial marriage. And when asked about it, they would say, well, a springbuck doesn't mate with another antelope. You know, antelope species stay separate, they stay apart. You wouldn't put a springbuck with another antelope. So you can ask them to show you one interracial marriage, and if there is one, they would have been married before they got to KwaSizabantu. Does that answer all your questions?
That is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Madam.
Chairperson,
Hello. Yes,
you hear me?
I do.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Erica, for sharing with us your testimony. I want to check with you, because I heard your testimony where you speak about the life insurance policy payout from your father's funeral that went to the church. I want to check what was the role of the family and how did the church support the family during that time?
Right. So we were given a home. We were given a place to live. We were given meals, and the European people often sent clothing over, and so we would get clothing and that there. But I believe that my mother invested the bulk of the money from my dad's policy into a project of theirs, which was a diamond mine in Kimberley, which Chris Kreef will be able to tell you more about that, because he was involved with it. I was a child. I mean, I wasn't consulted on anything. I do recall, though, I must say that about in roughly 1998, I think, my mother contacted me and said that there was another policy that had been locked, that had paid out. And so she gave each of us 3 children, and I think it was 15,000 Rand. So I did, but that was because that policy was locked at the time. I think she couldn't access that money. So my mother did give me 15,000 Rand. I think it was around 97, 98. But yes, but they looked after us in that we got 3 meals a day, and we had a roof over our head and running water and electricity. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to indicate that we have come to an end because of the other 2 witnesses on the line who would have wanted to quiz even more. But let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for sharing your story with us. And we will be able to share this story with the church and hear what their response is. Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. If I may just make one observation. I have read through the affidavits that my mother and my sister signed in 2020. I would like to point out that I never told my mother about anything that was going on with Muzi while I was at the mission, because ALO had expressly forbidden me to do so. After I left the mission, I told her what had happened, and she rebuked me and told me that she doesn't believe me and that I shouldn't speak like that about a man of God. But then in 2009, when Muzi was on trial for murder, then she said to me, she is sorry. She did apologize. She's sorry. She didn't believe me. She now believes me. So their story, my mother says that she once went to ALO and expressed her reservation because she came to the rondavel and Muzi and I were sitting too close together. Muzi and I were alone in the rondavel only once in all my years there, and we were alone. He came, it was very unusual. He never came to our rondavel. He came and that we were alone. He closed the door behind him. He looked at me and he said, "Do you love me, Erica?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Please get undressed." And you don't get undressed in front of a man. I went into the bathroom and I remember the dress I was wearing. It had buttons all the way down to a dropped waist. I unbuttoned the buttons, but I did not take off my dress. I kept it closed. And I came out and I said to him, "I don't know what this is, but I don't think I can do this." And he looked at me and he left. And that is the only time him and I were alone in the rondavel. So, and my mother professed complete ignorance that anything was wrong with him when I spoke to her about him when he was still at KwaSizabantu. It was only after he left KwaSizabantu that she now says that she's prepared to believe that he was a bad man.
Okay.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for that story.
Thank you.
I think it will allow you to sleep a little well, just to share it like that.
Well, I'm sorry I was so flustered in the middle. I had prepared this entire presentation with other people's stories, but thank you.
Yeah. But thank you so much. As I say, we will share this with the church and hear what they have to say.
Okay.
We are in the business of building. That's the nature, building of communities.
Yeah.
And stories help us in finding ways to make sure that we are reconnected again and build these communities. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Now we request the Kreef. koerskreef. The next one is koerskreef. Hello, DC, did I see your hand?
I'm calling him, Chair.
Okay.
No, it's a legacy hand, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm happy you at least you found yourself in DC. I am told you had a problem with connectivity.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did not get the memo that there's no electricity.
Okay.
I just switched on my laptop and it went on, but
Yeah,
couldn't get the
Chair
network.
was calling your name.
Sorry. Was?
Oh, we can see you. She's calling you.
Oh.
Chair, I see Kwas has joined, but he seems he's put himself on hold.
Okay.
Yeah, now I think I guess he's okay now. Perhaps you can start, Chair, because he's joined the meeting.
Good afternoon, Kwas. Good afternoon, Kwas. Good afternoon, Kwas. No, he's not connected.
Let me call him again, Chair.
Yeah, this one was a long one because I did know. I looked at the affidavit. I
Yeah,
thought.
the Chair is calling your name. Yeah.
Kwas, good afternoon. Hello, Kwas.
Yeah, maybe you can respond if you can hear anything, because it says you are on hold.
Me? I'm not on
Okay.
hold. I'm not on hold.
No, it was Dr. Khief who was on hold, Chair. So it was showing him as though he was on hold.
Who's coming in?
It's Dr. KwaSizabantu, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not in. He's not in yet.
He says he's gonna rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we can give him 2 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, Imina, Kinyan Jabo. Hey, ni khomekile man. A ni ku ntata ni khomekile eka va ri yini MS Teams.
Chair,
I man ni ta phone ndzhaku I don't think ni tata namuntlha. Inkomo Margaret. Hello. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do. No, he's Kuos He's entering now. Yeah. Hello, Kuos. He's in the lobby. He's waiting in the lobby. Who's admitting him?
Who is the admin? The admin should admit because we can't see him from our side.
I don't know who the admin is. He was on the lobby.
Natasha.
Natasha.
Chair, let him come back. We'll admit. You can admit as well. I think so.
If he appears.
Once he appears, we'll admit, Chair. But
he was in the lobby and then he disappeared.
No, he is in, Chairperson.
Mr. Kuos? Mr. Kuos? Hello? What do you say is in? Where is he? Because if he's in, he must hear what I'm saying.
I'm trying to unmute him. Who has unmute? His microphone is off now.
My goodness. What's happening, Mare?
Chair, he seems to have a bit of
a problem.
A challenge. Maybe you can take the next one.
Yeah. Kolo.
I was.
Can we get the next one?
Can you rejoin? We will admit you just in a few seconds. Can you rejoin? Yeah.
What is it saying?
Can you rejoin? We'll submit. We'll admit you now.
Because
Chair, I've asked him to rejoin, Chair.
Yeah, he was on the lobby. Nobody admitted him. Who's admitting? In fact, who's admitting?
Well, Natasha and I are admitting.
Yeah, because he was on the lobby here. He was waiting to be admitted. Okay. Let's hear what's happening. Boss? Hello, boss?
Chair, can I propose that we take a comfort break just for 5 minutes?
Let's do that. Let's go for comfort break as they negotiate course entry. Let's 5 minutes until 5 minutes.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay. No, most welcome, Gus.
Yes, yes, thank you.
And how much time do you want to do this? We scheduled you for an hour because the
Professor,
experience.
Professor, I mean, I did send you a statement, and I feel I've been following the whole thing from last year. And of course, so I don't want to repeat what has been said, you understand, because I want to just say a few things, and then I will let you guys ask me some questions.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that'll be fine.
Good.
Touch on what you consider to be salient points.
I will do that. I will do that,
Then,
Professor.
from there,
Yeah.
we will.
Yeah. Now, as you can see in
Prof,
my,
can we just do the swearing in, please?
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. Yes. Did we do that with Erica?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we may have to call her back and do that, man.
Yeah.
Maybe no. I don't know. Okay, let's do that.
Yes.
Prof, would you like an oath or a solemn affirmation? Mr. Krief?
I'm prepared for an oath, whatever is good for you. I'm prepared for
Okay.
anything.
If you can raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, your name,
Jacobus Willem Greef,
hereby swear
hereby swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, sir. Back to you, Chip.
Thank you. Professor?
Now we give you an opportunity to share with us what you consider to be salient points.
Yes.
A number of testimonies have been given since last year.
Good.
We were disturbed by COVID, and we were just about to have the last leg with the church. But since members, witnesses wrote to us and they wanted to give witnesses, we felt let's give them opportunity. Lest they'll say we have not allowed them to make inputs which they felt was critical.
Yes,
so over to you, Gus.
Thank you, Professor. Now, as you can see on my statement, I was involved with the security, with the connection with the police and with the military intelligence from 1981. In around about, it was the beginning of 1982, I reported to Mr. Elu Stegen that there was something suspicious about Muzikunene. It had to do with sexual stuff. So I don't want to talk about that, but I shared with him. And I asked him if he would help me, if he would sort this problem out. Then in 1985, I was called to the military headquarters in Pretoria, and at that stage, you have heard the name Pieter van der Walt many times. He was the leading co-worker in Pretoria in the 80s. And he was, at that stage, a commandant in the Air Force. And they called me to Pretoria at military intelligence and told me that this man that is leading the work in Pretoria is actually having sexual relationships with 3 people while his wife is helping at CRL or whatever.
Who is this man? Who is this man?
Pieter van der Walt. Van
Okay.
der Walt.
Mhm.
So I went to him. I confronted Pieter, and he got extremely furious, and he chased me out of his house in Pretoria. I drove to CRL and I informed Mr. Elustegen that this is what has happened. And I asked him, would you help me that we sort this matter out? Then the third thing happened. During the years that I was at CRL, I had many problems with Miss Lydia Dube. Small things, issues here and there. The first one was in 1979. I got married in 1978. Lydia was my counselor, and she is only a few years older than I am, and she's an unmarried woman. And she called me to her office and she asked me about my sexual life with my wife. And she asked me very personal questions, very deep. I answered the questions, but when I walked out of this room, I felt tremendously uneasy. I really felt, why would she, who is only 3 years older than me, she's an unmarried woman, ask me about my marriage bed? She asked me, I didn't tell her. And I reported this to Elustegen. I reported to him on many occasions. Now this came to such an extent. Let me give you another example. We had a co-worker meeting and Elo told all of us that none of us co-workers are allowed to ask for money from any visitors, whether they are from South Africa or from overseas. A few years later, I can't remember if it was a year or 2 years later, a lady from Germany with the name of Beatrix Masuch came to me, and she told me that Tofos Lydia had asked her for a huge sum of money and that she was not paying it back. She had broken. I went to Elo about this and said, how is it possible that I cannot ask for a cent, but she can ask for a huge amount of money? And he just kept quiet. Towards the end of 93, I could not handle this anymore. There were more and more things coming to me. And I went to Elo and I told him in the beginning of 93, I cannot carry this burden. I cannot carry this. Why are you so strict on young people? People get chased away from schools. People get thrashed and killed in the process, whereas you don't do anything about these 3 people. Why? This particular meeting that I had with Elustegen was quite late in the evening. It was in his bedroom. I had asked for an appointment and they said I must come to his private home. And I went into his bedroom. He was lying on the bed alone and he was very tired. And I just asked him, why is it that these 3 people, and I named their names, why do you cover them? It has been years. He jumped up from his bed. He's a big man, I guess 1.88 meters tall. And at that stage, he probably weighed 110 kilos. And he jumped up. He was furious. And he screamed at me. And he said to me, so you are also one of those people that always have problems. I stood up, and I'm quite tall myself, and I'm 20 years younger than him. So I looked him in his face, and I turned around and I walked out. A month later, I resigned from the co-workers, and I left KwaZulu-Natal. Now, what is very interesting is that the day that I went to greet him, I had been working there for nearly 17 years and my wife for 19 years. He said to me, if you leave that gate, you will leave the Holy Spirit behind you, and the devil will get you and your family. And I told him, that's fine with me, but I cannot go against my conscience any longer. I just can't. And so I left the mission. And I had been, if you would read my statement, I had been quite busy, and I was the first Afrikaans worker at the mission. I preached all over South Africa and Europe, and people gave me some money, and eventually I borrowed nearly 100,000 Rand in 1989 from Nedbank. And it was called Boland Bank in those days. And I borrowed this money and I built a house at KwaZulu-Natal, which I paid back. And I went to Elo and I asked him, I am leaving now and I'm leaving my house here, but I still owe a lot of money. Would you please take over the installment? You can take the house and let's just go. He refused. So I left with all that debt, with no insurance policy, with no medical policy, with no workers' insurance, nothing. I left with nothing, with my wife and 5 children. We went to Klaver in the Western Cape, tiny little town, where I started a safari business, but I carried on studying. I finished a BTH degree at UNISA, and then I did a postgraduate diploma at Stellenbosch. And eventually, I did a master's degree through UNISA, Professor Doctoron, I think you know him. And my research was the management structure of KwaZulu-Natal. Why did I do that? I received a letter in February 1999 from a friend of Elo Stegen, a man with the name of Professor Dr. Colin Peckham. Colin, as I called him, grew up in Natal Midlands, and he and Elo were friends. They knew one another from they were young. And he was professor in Scotland, theological professor, and he came a few times to speak at CRL. And I kept contact with him when we left CRL, and he sent me this letter, which is called a document. It was actually a letter that he wrote to his sister, who is still at CRL. But what attached to this letter was a document called an assessment of KwaZulu-Natal. And it is a very good theological analysis that he did in 97, 98, and he sent it in 99. And for the first time in my life, I realized that my issues with CRL was just not a personal issue. It is much deeper, because this assessment of CRL from Colin Peckham explains to me clearly in theological and clear terms what he sees as a friend of Elo and as a man that has spoken a number of times at KwaZulu-Natal. And so I started doing research on the management structure of KwaZulu-Natal. And Professor Tron led me to a few things. It was a research thesis that I did. And the first thing, and Professor, you will understand now what I'm talking about, is the difference between implicit and explicit doctrine, and the dialectical tension between implicit and explicit. And what it basically means is you say one thing, but you do another thing. You have an implicit set of rules, set of doctrine. You hide that. And that is one thing that I had to look at. Then, of course, also the overemphasis of certain spiritual truths against the underemphasis of other truths. Then, and perhaps the most important, is cultic structures. I had to read a lot on cultic structures, and cults, you must understand very well, is not a Christian or a church or a religious phenomena. Cults, you get political cults, you get financial cults, you get health cults, you get all sorts of cults. But all cults have certain characteristics. And to read about this, he directed me to the American Psychiatric Association, where I read a lot about their analysis about cultic structures. And it is always structured in a pyramid. And you have a break between the upper echelons and the lower echelons. Rules that is for the upper echelon is not for the lower. And immediately I could understand why Elo could protect these three people, because other rules apply to them than to the normal people at Sizabantu. I gathered nearly 500 pages of documentation, much of it not published, and I presented this to the university for my master's degree. Professor Tron wanted me then to proceed with a doctorate, but I was sick and tired of Sizabantu. And one thing happened later on. Somebody came to me that was a co-worker at Sizabantu and fled basically in the middle of the night, and I'm talking about 99. This person came to our house on the farm where we were living in the Makwaland and shared with me about sexual sin that was happening right in the leadership, the top structure. I tried to contact Elo Stegen. He refused to speak to me because I felt it was my duty to warn him. He refused. I phoned him 6 times. He refused to speak to me. And I had to help this person, which I did, and this person is okay today. But the sin of this leader, who is still alive and who is still at Sizabantu, it's one of the female persons there, one of the ladies in the leadership. She's still there, and as far as I know, she has never made that right, never. Yet they thrash young people and they ruin their lives just for an accusation. So you have this break in the pyramid system, this break which is typical of all cults. And that is why I pointed out in my master's degree research that Sizabantu is becoming a cult. Now we fast forward. I'm busy with my safaris. I did my PhD degree through University of Potchefstroom and I work on supernatural revelations, dreams, visions, and prophecies, how to interpret this, and I carry on with my work. And then on Ascension Day 2019, my father-in-law phoned me from Switzerland. My father-in-law, he's late now, is the elder brother of Elo. The so-called revival broke out in his house on his property at Mapumulu. He was a shopkeeper at Mapumulu, my father-in-law. And on that particular Ascension Day, Miss Lydia Dube spoke at the church service at CRL, long and intense, accusing my father-in-law, was the founding member of the trust, of many things, together with my brother-in-law called Arno. Arno has been at CRL for probably nearly 50 years. He joined when he was only 12 years old. And accusing them of misusing money, mishandling money, and many, many other things. My father-in-law phoned me from Switzerland and he asked me, Koos, would you help me? I'm old and I'm sick, and you have heard what Lydia said. Would you help me? I will give you the power of attorney. A few days later, they flew to KZN and I met him in the presence of a group of legal people, and he gave me this power and I started doing the research. Now, interestingly enough, is that Ms. Dube made this statement for the whole world to see. The own panel that KwaSizabantu appointed found that there was no wrongdoing on the side of my father-in-law or my brother-in-law, and pointed out that it was more money, much more than what I found through my investigation. Yet Ms. Dube has never apologized to my father-in-law. He died on the 30th of December last year. Until the end of his life, he had this longing that somebody from CRL, his own brother, or somebody would just say, Friedel, sorry. Sorry for what we did to you. They broke him. They chased him away like a rabid dog. That's what they did. That's how they treated him. Not a thank you for all the years that he supported the work. Nothing, till the day he died. Not even a SMS to the family when he passed away to say, we are sorry. Sorry, Professor, I heard you speaking previously. You're talking about the church. KwaSizabantu is not a church. According to my opinion, it has become a septic cult, because this is not the way that we go about. Kindness, love. Even if we agree in a gentlemanly way. We agree to disagree, and we still respect one another. CRL has threatened me and my children, and I can go into that if it's important to you. I even opened a court case against them in 1997 because they threatened my children to damage, to hurt my family. But just some questions. Ms. Dube is now the leader of the work. According to their own commission, Mr. Elo Stegen is demented. How is it possible legally that a person, and as far as my research goes, he was diagnosed in 2014. How is it possible legally that he can be the chairman of the board of KwaSizabantu? Yet he has been diagnosed in 2014. Since then, they have wasted at least 162 million rand. This money belongs to the church, if you call it a church, to the co-workers, according to the constitution. Yet, a few people in leadership, Ms. Dube in particular, decided on her own, without consent of my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, without consent from the trustees, to go and invest this money on her own to a scoundrel. And now she just keeps quiet. And she's still on the board. How is that possible? It is, and so we can go on and on and on. And it is ongoing. People that contact us, people that are hurting right now. The last weeks, there are many people at CRL that are hurting and that we are in contact with, and they are scared because the moment you leave with nothing. You are robbed, you are stripped, you are destituted. And that is why I hear what you say. You say to Erika that you would like to go and speak to the church. And yes, Professor, you can try. We've tried it. In 1976, YWAM, Youth for a Mission, tried it. Youth with YWAM tried it in 1976. We tried it with the Evangelical Alliance. I was part of that. We tried. I tried through the years. But try. Perhaps you can see Ms. Dube. Perhaps you can sit down with her and ask her personally. Perhaps you can ask the trustees, the current trustees, who is now, according to my understanding, if the chairperson of this board is demented, then all the decisions of this board is not valid by law, as far as I understand the law. Yet they chase people away they get rid of people, they get rid of trustees, they appoint new trustees, they're just carrying on like normal. So I don't understand it. And my feeling and my request to you is, sirs, madams, KwaSizabantu has gone way beyond talking to. KwaSizabantu is a septic cult. By that I mean it is turning on itself. It is poisoning itself. And the fallout of this is horrible. And it is going to be more and more horrible. That's my prediction. Thank you. You are welcome to ask me questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khrief. Thank you so much. Commissioners? I don't see. We are still thinking, I think, mellowing through what you have just given.
I guess you guys must be quite tired by now. But
yeah.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
Petu.
Kama, Commissioner Petu, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Koos.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Good.
And pardon us for not showing the face. You have, yeah, we see your face. I can see you now.
Thank you.
I'm puzzled by maybe one or two, just your clarity.
All right.
The relationship between the church and the military at the time and intelligence, how that happened?
I was doing, we were all called up for national service, And I was called up to what was called Louis Botha Air Force Base in Durban in April 1981. And there they asked me, because they heard I was working on a mission station, and whether I wouldn't take small services devotions for the staff. And I did that. And then one day they approached me. I actually wrote about it in my statement, how they approached me. And when I discussed this after some time with Elo Stegen, we decided that because the security police from Greytown was forever troubling CRL at that stage, and they would just pop up at CRL and walk around, and everybody would be uncomfortable and ask questions, and and if I would reach out to them, and perhaps I could manage the system. You understand? I could manage the SA. The security branch of the police. And that's what I did. I did it with a full knowledge of Elo Stegen, and we cooperated. And then, of course, Elo brought the leadership team in, which consisted of Miss Lydia Dube, Miss Hilda Dube, she's late now, and Miss Josephina Nsibande, she's also late now. So of those three initial of the four initial leaders, there's only two that is still alive.
Okay. You further mentioned, if I would quote you correctly, about people getting chased and killed, if
Yes.
that's what you said.
Yes.
What do you imply about that?
Sorry, can you just...
Can you elaborate on that? Why that submission? People get chased and killed.
Chased and killed.
Did you say that, or I'm misquoting you?
Perhaps if you can just give me the reference where it is, because there's a few pieces, places where people got killed that I had to deal with.
Okay, I think in your reference, it's when you are alluding from the 1979-1978, your encounter with Lydia Dube.
Yes. Lydia became one of my prime sources of information. And through her, I would refer specific people. She would point specific people out at the mission, or she would tell me that a certain young man left his house in this and this and this area, and this is his surname, and he was gone. He was in Tanzania, and he's back now. And I would then relay this back to military intelligence, this information. And what happened afterwards is that they would contact me and just say, we have taken them out. I don't know what that means. You understand?
Oh.
That's all. That's the feedback that I got. We have taken them out.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Petu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Dr. Close.
Yes, good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah, let me thank you for sharing your testimony with us.
Thank you.
But I want to check with you, in your experience and the findings from your research, do you think people who still go to KwaSizabantu as a church know about these shenanigans of the religious leaders in KwaSizabantu?
No, it is hidden completely. To my shame, I must acknowledge that afterwards, only, especially since the expose by Media 24, the Exodus things, people came forward. And even though I was head of the security, I was never aware of it. I was never aware of somebody, for instance, rape. I knew how they thrashed the children. That was horrible until 94 when we left. That I knew. But all these other things, I did not know about it. I did not. And I believe that Sizabantu is very, very good in covering these people, especially the leadership. They are, and that is why you have this hierarchical structure, and why one of the cultic signs of a cult is the lack of openness and the break between the normal people at the bottom strata and the top people. So the normal people do not know. There are good people at Sizabantu till this day. I have still good friends at Sizabantu, and my heart bleeds for them. But they are deceived. They are not allowed to openly have contact. They are not allowed to, most probably, to listen to what is going on right now. They are not looking at this. The normal people at Sizabantu are prohibited from reading and hearing what is going on.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
The last one, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I just want you to ask him, what do you think will happen to the church after the passing of Mr. Stegen?
Do
you think the church will have future?
You see, with a cult, you create what they call a romantic figure. So this is a special illuminated person who is the man or the woman of God in a Christian setup now, a person with special knowledge and revelation. And then everybody is in awe of this person, the man of God. In the case of Sizabantu, up till now, it is Elo Stegen. Now, with his dementia, they are creating a new romantic figure, which is Lydia Dube. She was there at the revival. She was the young person. She went to heaven. God spoke to her, and that is a lie. I mean, that whole story is a lie. She went to heaven, and God said this to her. She is the voice of God, and that is why, with my investigation into, for instance, the money laundering, she is the sole responsible person for this. She initiated it. She instigated it. She said this, who, what, and they did it. So this is, again, this romantic figure which has been created. And even if you would listen just to the last Sunday's meeting at Sizabantu, sermon of this last Sunday, it was all about the Dube family. Go and listen. She is Lydia Dube. Her brother, Jabulan, she brought him in some years ago. And it is just about the Dube family, the wonderful Dube family. So they are recreating a romantic figure, and they will carry on. The problem that I have, Commissioner, the problem that I have is if openness and gentleness and kindness is not the way we deal with, then people leave. I left because I didn't want to fight, because I had too much. I fled. And so hundreds of people have left. What are you left with? Either slaves or broken people, or fighters. And it is going, there is just no future. I don't see a good future. And if I can call on you, if you guys have the authority at all, please revoke their social licenses, because they're registered as with the Department of Social Services, so that we can close their bank accounts, so that we can force them to start speaking to us. They call me a bitter person. That's fine. But my testimony speaks different. They call Professor Botha, Piet Botha, a bitter person. But his testimony speaks. But there are so many people that is prepared to help and to restructure. But we need legal authority. We cannot do it. And perhaps we can save, if we can just bring this thing to a structure which is open, where the books, decision-making processes are in the open, where there is report and feedback from the bookkeeping people, from the trust. Everybody that is part and parcel of this church must have insight. But at the moment, there's nothing like that. In the 17 years I worked at CRL, I never saw the financial statements. Never. There were no financial statements in 17 years. You can ask Professor Botha, Piet Botha, who spoke to you previously. He's been there for 40 years or more. Ask him if he's ever seen financial statements. Yet this is money that is donated to the Church of God. And when it comes to the church, it is the responsibility of all the church members. If it's not like that, then KwaSizabantu is a cult.
Okay. All right. Any other question?
Professor, I feel sorry for you. You're tired.
Yeah. Well, I think there is enough food for thought.
Thank you.
And there is enough for the church to interact with. What I do know, what I want to know, when you left a house which you built at a loan of 100,000 rand, and where is this house now?
It's still standing at CRL, sir.
And to whom does it belong?
It belongs to the mission, and they use it. They took it shortly after we left. Mr. Fano Sibisi, he's late now, with his family moved in. When Fano died and his family left, the Sibisis, they have spoken to your commission previously. When they left, Mr. Detlef Stegen and his family moved into the house. And now I don't know who is currently living in the house.
Okay, did you register this building, or it was just in the plot of the church?
You see, I went to Mr. Stegen, that was in 1988, and I told him that we wanted to build a house and that we I write sometimes and I get a little bit of money from a book here and there, and we will be saving this money to build a house, and he gave me a plot. It was, of course, not registered in my name, but he walked with me and he said, this is your property here. So it was all in good faith, nothing written, but we knocked in poles there, me and my wife. We started the garden, and then I went and I borrowed money. And why Boland Bank borrowed me so much money on face value, I don't know, but I had a cousin at that stage, which was one of the senior managers in Boland Bank, and I think he pushed it through. But they gave me that money, they borrowed me that money without me giving surety.
And who completed the debt?
We paid it off. We left, we came to Clava, we started the safari business, and for years and years we carried on paying.
And you still have the documentation that you built this product in there?
Professor, I must check in my old files if I have it. You know, I mean, I'm talking about 1989 when we built the house. I don't think I would have any more documentation of that. But I can actually call quite a few people to testify to this if that is necessary.
Now, you have said there are 3 persons
Yes.
that are very pivotal to the mission.
Yes.
What you call romantic figures in your words.
Yes. Yes.
One of those is Lillian Dube.
Yes.
You said something that she went to heaven.
Yes, she claims that.
Oh.
She claims that in 19, I believe, sir, please don't quote me now, but she claims that in, I believe it is in 1972, but it could have been 73 or something, but the exact dates we can always find out. She claimed that she was very, very sick, and she was sick, and she claimed that she then died and went to heaven. And when she was in heaven, the Lord Jesus showed her the people back on earth crying, and he said to her, they are crying about you, and you still got work to do. You must go back and finish your work. That is what she claimed. There is a book written in German about it. It is called Im Paradies, which means in paradise. I have a copy of that book, or I can get a copy of that book. And my research, when I did my master's degree from 99, I started with the research of the master's degree, that there was no medical person present. There was no person that took her blood pressure or listened to her pulse. And when my father-in-law, who is late, he was present, and I asked him, how long was she dead? When did it happen? He said it was in the afternoon. I said, how long was she dead? He said, I don't know. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 15 minutes. It could have been an hour. I said to him, Papa, but then you cannot say she died. Did you check her pulse? No. I said, was there any medical person? No. I said, but how can Sizabantu then proclaim and even publish books and sermons and statements that Lydia Dube died and went to heaven? How? That's a lie. He could not answer me.
Okay. Now, who are the 3 remaining people, the romantic figures in the mission?
According to my research and my taps, the way I keep my finger on the taps, at the moment it is actually just 2. It is Lydia Dube and her brother Jabulani Dube.
Okay. And Stegen.
Well, he's demented. Ellen Stegen is totally demented. And you can even read the finding of their panel. Their panel that appointed that, they said in their finding, if you study their finding, don't read the first 3 pages. Another person wrote that if you, what is the conclusion? That's another person that wrote the conclusion. If you read the findings, they say that there was no purpose in them speaking to Mr. Stegen because he could not answer a single question. He's demented.
Okay. Now, what do you suggest the commission should do to bring together the families that are separated on the basis of what happened in the past? Do you believe in reconciliation between families?
Sir, I, out of my own free will, wrote a letter to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to speak about my involvement. I absolutely believe in it. I believe in the forgiveness of God. I believe in second chances. I really do. But together with Professor Botha, when we started our investigation in 2019, we sent an open invitation to them. We said, let us meet anywhere at any time, but we will appoint an independent chairperson. And they just laughed us off. They just refused because, yeah, they refused till this day.
Okay. Yeah.
So I feel if they are not forced legally, they will not do it. We have tried the gentle way, the Christian way. And that was the reason. So I had been to KwaSizabantu again, and it was, I actually visited my parents-in-law, and I went to see the National Prosecuting Authority in Pietermaritzburg about the cases that we have opened and why nothing was happening. And when I drove back, I realized that the nice way, the Christian way, is getting me nowhere. I need to go to the media. And that is when I reached out to Erica. I found her and I phoned her and she made an appointment, and the two of us went to see Media 24 and Adrian Basson. And because we are getting nowhere with being nice.
Mm.
That is how I feel. So sorry. So that is the same than it was with apartheid. To play nice, we would still be under apartheid. Sorry, I supported apartheid. I supported the military, but my eyes opened, really opened, and that's a long story all by itself. But we cannot play nice with people that don't want to play nice.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now there's this Muzi here.
Muzi Kunene, yeah.
Is Muzi Kunene still in prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Pieter van der Walt is dead. He passed away. And of course, so the horrible things he did is known to all of us. And that is the tragedy. So, you know, if Elu Stegen in 1982 would have helped me, I was going the Christian way about it. Even when I went to Pieter alone privately and we talked, and I talked to him about his immorality, if Elu would have backed me up and given me some authority, perhaps we could have saved this man. If he would have helped me in 82, perhaps we could have helped Muzi Kunene. Perhaps. It is an if, you understand. And this is the sad story. Because it was left to rot, it became toxic, and the fallout is horrible. It is horrible of just those three people.
How many people died in your knowledge in that place as a security person? How many people died there?
So from security side, I can think of three quickly, just, you know, three. But yeah. The truth of the matter is the leadership never told me the truth. They used me as a useful idiot, you know, if I can use the words of Marx, or is it Lenin? I now think it's Marx that said we are useful idiots. Because they called me when I was a child, Koos Beck. I have a mouth, I can speak. So I can walk into Prince Charles and I would speak to him about anything. I have no fear of people. So I could overpower the security police. You understand? And specifically this one case where this one boy was killed because he had written a letter to a girl. They used me as an idiot to go and do their dirty work. They should have sorted the whole system out then. You understand? But yeah.
And who are these people?
The leaders.
No,
And those
the people who died, the names.
the one was
the one is the boy who wrote a letter to her.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't remember his surname, but if you need that, we can find out. I believe his surname was Ntungwa, but sir, this is very long ago now, and I need to, I can remember his face, I can remember his father, but I can find that out. If it's important, I will. The other one was a Makanya boy. I believe his sister spoke to you. Her name is Dudu Makanya. He was killed. And then the other one was a young man that was shot. I don't know his surname. He was shot because he stole some chickens and they shot him at the mission. I also had to handle that.
He was shot because he stole some chicken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were these cases reported to the police?
Yes, sir.
And can one get a docket of this in the police station, supposedly?
So can you get anything that goes back to 1980s?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
2 of the cases was reported at Transkop Police, and I reported them myself. And the one case was reported at Mapumulo Police, and I also reported that.
So you reported at Mapumulo,
yes,
and then
Transkop.
And then Transkop.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but you don't know what happened?
No, sir. I don't know what happened. No, I don't know what happened.
What was the relationship between the church and the police in that area?
So after my involvement, it became very good. Because, you know, when we started bringing leaders from the military, first the chaplain general, and then the head of the Navy, and then head of the army, and eventually a minister of police, Adrian Vlok, at that stage, minister of police, came, and various people started coming, and of course, Chief Buthelezi was there, and then Lucas Mangope, his son, arrived a few times with military planes and things like that. We worked with the police. I personally, what is now the African English word, I coordinated with the police and Transkop security when all these VIPs arrived, and no, we had a very good relationship.
And what was the reason why the politicians came to KwaSizabantu?
So KwaSizabantu in those days was a pinnacle of hope and light. In the first instance, it was a place where it was so-called free of apartheid. We literally lived together in the same passages. We traveled together, we slept together as co-workers when we were out in outreaches. You understand, there was no apartheid between us as co-workers. And I made very, very good friends with my black brethren, and we really loved one another. And I can honestly say that Fano Sibisi, he's my brother. I loved Fano really with all my heart. Bani Mabaso, who is late now, who spoke to you. Barney was like a brother to me, like an older brother, and so we can go on. And it became a pinnacle of hope, I believe, to the politicians, what can happen if we work together. But to the church, there was tremendous growth at CRL. CRL had this explicit theology of conservatism, true to the Bible, stick to the Bible, you know, all of this. But the implicit theology was not the same as the explicit. But it deceived everybody. I was deceived. I was totally deceived. It was only when I received the document of Professor Peckham that I realized, but this is not a personal issue that I have here with KwaZulu-Natal. This is deeper. This is a theological issue that goes much deeper. And it was only then that I really started thinking.
When it comes to the freedom fighters, was there an attitude of how the mission would deal with the freedom fighters, people who were anti-apartheid and maybe going to that place as a heaven of protection?
I remember well a sermon, and we can check, perhaps somebody has a copy somewhere, where Elu Stegen said that as long as he is alive, communism will never get to power in South Africa. And at that stage, from our perspective, the freedom fighters were all communists. So this was one and the same thing, you understand. I only afterwards learned to differentiate. But at that stage, it was one and the same thing. And just the way that Meduwe supplied me with information, and we helped to get rid of so-called freedom fighters. That's proof enough.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Let me check other commissioners. Commissioner Mbele.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kwas. We are listening attentively to your submission. We may all maybe go getting into the tiredness, but we are awake and just listening to these stories that you are telling us.
You must stop now. I must go and fry a little fish somewhere.
Okay, I think for me it's the last one. I'm just going back to when you're talking about the sexual scene that was happening in the upper, I think it was an upper management. However, you bring an issue to say, but they break the children, you know, like as a concern that this is happening up there and they're breaking the children. Can you just clarify what are you saying with this paragraph?
Ma'am, when you have a cult, you have this break in the escalons. People in the upper are allowed freedom. They can do what they like. The rules that is for them are not the rules that is for the followers, and that is what it means.
Okay.
And the breaking of the children, you know, what is it that was breaking the children?
Ma'am, the children were forbidden anything. I mean, there was forever at CRL trouble with children that had written a letter or that was in an affair or was too friendly with a boy or a girl.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Kwas. That was my last one.
Thank you, Mr. Kwas, and thank you for taking time.
Thank you.
And you know, as I said, and I'll continue to do this, we are in the business of building communities.
Good.
And as a new democracy, 27 years is nothing, it's just the beginning. And there are many areas which require building, and the religious environment, the cultural environment, linguistic environment, all of these places need rebuilding and reconstruction of one kind or the other, and to imbue new values, economic and democratic values that would hold as a glue for this nation to stay together and people to live side by side in a manner that is peaceful and respectful of each other. Hence, this commission really is the highest role that this commission will continue to play. But thank you so much for sharing this with us. We will share the same with the church and hear what they have to say as well. Thank you so much.
Goodbye, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, the
Chair.
next person,
Chair.
the next person,
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Mr. Mokolo has asked me to inform you that the next person had requested to have her presentation in camera. She doesn't want the media. She doesn't want you to say her name.
Okay, that we respect.
Yes.
We respect that confidentiality. So would request the media, would request any other person which is not linked to the commission to leave the